Hello! Hello and welcome to another Office Hours. Not a capsule, just an Office Hours. My name is Paul Berserker 01 Batman Shelley, who needs a haircut. You're a space bartender at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How y'all doing? Welcome to the Office Hours. This is a live yakety yak stream. We talk about Star Citizen lore, news, and more. Someone's asking, what is today's streams about? Well, talking, but we're going to be talking about the monthly report and the 4-9 reveals. You have to be doing 2 capsules here, which is going to be interesting. It really doesn't look much different from regular heavy armor. No, it doesn't. I'll pull it up so y'all can see the.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Shinobi Trip _ just resubscribed for 40 months. Feels like I'm close to the meaning of life.
Thank you
for now.
Thank you so much for that that resubscription. Let me look it up. I was just going to find that real quick. 40 months of support there, Shinobi. You're very important, public, very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. This is your fault. There's room to connect. Shots and cheers and chat. Y'all shots and cheers. Yeah, I don't know. I think it could be a Titan suit. Let's show you all like what we're talking about. Let's see. Make sure he doesn't go through. So this was what showed off at the for the roadmap roundup. This is the Apocalypse Arms personal minigun. It is a backpack minigun, meaning there is a backpack that this thing leads into, and it can only be used by super heavy armor. Now, Battalion, this is the backpack in question, likely that you can use with it. And this is the armor, the back of the armor. You can kind of see little pieces grafted onto the outside that are sort of like exoskeleton supports. But in reality, the armor is not that much different from modern heavy armors that we see in the game. And I've already seen some people concerned, like, hey, what is this? Like, what would prevent somebody from just using this? Well, the answer is, according to CIG, you can't heal yourself. And I'm guessing you can't, it means you can't equip a medical gun. I'm also guessing that because you take up your backpack slot for the weapon ammo, because it's not just going to be for this gun, all the super heavies are going to be backpack fed, would be my guess, then you have limited storage space, if no storage space. Is it confirmed that the backpack is needed for the minigun and the 4 slots are its magazines? We don't know that yet, but I would assume so, because this would indicate that you could refuel somebody, you could reload somebody on the fly, which would give somebody a logistics point, so they can take them like a multi-tool and just whoop, whoop, or pull it out, slap it back in. Probably can't climb a ladder either. You probably will be able to climb a ladder, but you'll also probably be slow. You probably won't be able to run in this. There's gonna be lots of stuff. So not the Titan suit. Unless they've changed the Titan suit's role entirely to being the super heavy, then yeah, this is likely not the Titan suit. Now, let me look up what the actual, who makes the super heavy. So there is no specific manufacturer listed. Yeah. There's no specific manufacturer listed. If I had to take a guess, looking at this, let me zoom in a little bit. H4 device. Looking at all the text to see if there's any kind of text that indicates what the manufacturer is. Device. All of it is H4, so it's probably either a new manufacturer, but I don't think this is Virgil. This doesn't look like Virgil's other work. It doesn't strike me as Virgil in design, and we know that the suit that's in Squadron 42, the Titan suit that's supposed to be in Squadron 42, is Virgil. So, hey Jojo, how you doing, bud? The helmet kind of looks like the Palantino armor, and some of the cloth flaps do too, so maybe whoever makes that. It's a good question. I think I know what that answer is. It's probably that one company that CIG constantly throws into there. Yeah, Queerness Tech. For those of you who don't know, Queerness Tech is CIG's fuck it, throw it in there manufacturer. Anything that doesn't match with the other manufacturers' styles just goes into Queerness Tech, because Queerness Tech just makes like weird armor. They make all sorts of experimental designs. The Titan suit would probably be about the same height, if not a little bit bigger, than the ATLS. The ATLS is a Titan suit. It's just an industrial Titan suit. So it doesn't have any of the armor platings that would cover the pilot. I will pull this up again so you can see the difference. I think it's like an office hours tradition at this point to just talk about the Titan suits. Chat, you know, I am a very simple man. I see mech, I like mech. So these were older concepts, but typically you can kind of see the changes. So like this is a Titan suit. You stand significantly taller than somebody in armor. And you see the piloting system is very similar to the grab system you see in the ATLS. It's just your body is covered, as you can see here, inside the suit. So your whole body is inside. You don't have to like reach out of the frame to pilot it and maneuver stuff. You are protected by the armor. So the industrial suits like the ATLS are designed more to be less protective, but more sort of like bare bones roll bar kind of thing. Whereas this is designed to be combat. Yeah, same here. It is in 50% armor. What do you mean is in 50% armor? Do they also make the animal armors? There's animal armors? It's a simple man with a simple plan. Sorry, think about shutting down. From what we've seen for the Super Heavies, this does not match the Super Heavies. The ATLS still exists. And I literally talked with Sean Tracy at about a year ago, almost this month, about more, Titan suits. And he said, there's a Squadron. I'm like, I know that one. Is it? And that's why I asked him, is it the same name? He looked at me and went, yeah. And I'm like, Sean, how many freaking Zeuses do we need in the game? So my guess is the super heavy armor is an armor that was designed for Squadron 42, and my guess is it was specifically designed to be an opponent suit. A suit that you would face in FPS battles as sort of a mini boss or a boss. God. Paul like figurines. We need his bricks and minifigs take. I'm not going to comment on it. I just have been fascinated by watching it and going, wow, this is a shit show. But I don't know enough about Legos to get into deep. All I know is that a bunch of people who do know Legos were like, yeah, they're all ripoffs. They're the GameStop of Lego. And I'm like, okay, yeah, this matches up. Honestly, I think it needs to have like 80-90% damage reduction, or all the downsides won't be worth it. 80% reduction in 6-tap headshot from the sniper. Yeah, no, it's the thing is that I think part of the addition of, say, like the flight suits or the super heavies is that CIG is actively going to be starting to make the Starcloth, what is it called? Not Starchitect. Starcloth, right? The clothing system designed specifically for roles, to give people more role-specific clothing and armor. Starwear, thank you. They're basically introducing Starwear. And so one of the things that's going to happen is a lot of the armor we have right now in the game already is going to start getting changed. So I would expect a nerf alongside everything else. Never. Ever.
Take away my space game.
Star style, baby.
Markin42 just resubscribed for 51 months.
Thank you so much for that. 51 months of their 51 months there, Macron. You're very important, Papa. Very impressed, Mr. Rainy Pedestrian. This is your fault. There was one freaking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Suit Locker should be soon too. Should be soon. No. Yeah, either this next patch or the patch after next. So I will argue this: the M80 doesn't need a suit locker because it is a space superiority fighter. Effectively, it is a dedicated fighter. So you're supposed to get into that ship in a flight suit, and you're not supposed to leave the ship. That's the balanced kind of thing they're going to do. So the ships that are more multi-purpose will have multi-purpose accoutrement additions. And the ships that are more combat focused will either have no functionality outside of their role, or will have hyper speciality, or will have hyper speciality for that role. So I expect, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Valkyrie or the M2 get suit lockers at some point.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Watt3 Field has subscribed.
Thank you so much for that tier 2 subscription there, Wakefield. You're very important, Pupper. Very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. This is your fault. There's been drinking out. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Damn. Welcome. I could see something like how ships have armor with damage thresholds. FPS armor could have similar, but lose durability until armor no longer works. That's how CIG was planning on making armor for a while, which is basically ships. Well, thank you for the bits of lore. As a new player, your videos have helped so much. I'm glad to have helped. In fact, I just started editing my next video for the lore channel. I've been caught between recording and writing a bunch of other ones, so that one is on AI in the Star Citizen universe, and I do not mean NPCs, I mean artificial intelligence, the technology, which is so confusing for people. So I have an entire, I'd say the first 2-3 minutes of the video are just basically like, hey, this is what I'm talking about. Let me describe what I'm talking about. And I want to make sure you understand this is not, I'm not talking about the NPCs and AI in the game. And even if I do that, people are still going to read the title and go, what AI? They're so stupid. I hate the AI in Star Citizen. Lol. I just got to remember, it's just a comment. The comment is engagement. Just take it as a W and keep moving. Yeah, we're going to talk about the Mars incident. We're going to talk about the Lemming car incident. We're going to talk about the Osiris incident. They have a full, like, we're going to talk about the law, Airpar, I think, or Airpack. Let me pull up.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
AirPra. The law that outlaws AI is called AirPra. ARPRA. Or Artificial Intelligence Research and Production Restriction Act. It's one of those few laws that CIG published, which has very detailed points in terms of like what the law does and restricts and all that kind of stuff. So it's fun. It's on the shorter side for me. It's a little over 20 minutes, but is the comment in the room right now, Paul? It will be. Hey, Brian, how you doing? Senor Havoc. Yeah, we're going to see changes in armor, and some armor is going to get buffed, or other armor is going to get nerfed. We're going to start seeing stamina play more of a role in the game. Like, in general, we're going to start to see the specialization start to happen. But it's going to be one of those things where it's no one does it until it starts happening en masse, and people go, wait, when did this happen? So, are you talking about the Butlerian Jihad? Is that what I heard? Kind of. The AI in the Star Citizen universe is unique, and I kind of like it for what it is, because AI in every other science fiction universe is some sort of deep warning about how AI is going to become a death god and kill us all. And in the Star Citizen universe, AI is not some sort of omnipotent evil being that's trying to kill everyone. It is a child with a machine gun. An unsupervised child with a machine gun. And we get super fucking confused when that unsupervised child with a machine gun starts mowing down thousands of people. Because clearly the child didn't mean to do that. It had no concept of what it was doing. But why did we hand the child a machine gun and leave it unsupervised? That's kind of the AI in Star Citizen. So it's like, it's banned not because it's evil and will lead to all of our destruction. It's banned because it's incompetent. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the crazy part, is that lore is old. We're talking like the beginning of the project old. That is how the AI was described. Like that was their definition of what AI was back in 2012, 2013. And they've just fleshed it out since then. And since then, it looks a lot like LLMs. So it almost reads like a critique of modern LLMs if you didn't realize that it was written before LLMs were a thing. Effectively, AI keeps hallucinating shit, freaking out, and then killing people. I bet they're only adding super heavies because the boss in Siege was going to be wearing it. I really hope that he does. That'd be amazing. It's clearly a boss armor, if not a mini boss armor. So I wouldn't be surprised if all of the bosses, the lieutenants, and Mendo Ren himself are all wearing the same armor. Makes sense. CIG basically invented NFTs. Woo! I think you should be able to strip their bodies of it when you kill them. Janice is what you're talking about, Johnny Macaroni. And the girls who found the ship, that's actually considered not canon. All of the stories in the Star Citizen universe that are written as stories are considered pulp fiction within the universe. They're not considered canonical stories in the verse. But they're all based off of real people. So like the girl who's like the archaeologist who helped find it, she's a real person.
Tyrant07 just gifted 5 subs.
Hey, Tyrant07, thank you so much for that 5 subs. You're very important, Papa, very impressive, very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Hey, man, I will eat crow myself. I was convinced that the super heavies were changed, the Titan suits were changed to super heavies in terms of definition, simply because, like, to me, that made sense. Because this is literally the first time they mentioned super heavies was on that FPS Inside Star Citizen or SCL. And the next monthly report specifically referenced that they were importing animations from Squadron for the Super Heavy. And I'm like, that's very odd. Why would you need to import animations for an armor unless it's the new name of the Titan suits? You mean like an, I know how it worked, but I want this super heavy armor to work like a Fallout 4 power armor. I think that's what Titan suits are supposed to work like. Yeah, Titan suits, they're staying the same name, Korean. It is the same name because I think they did recordings of it in the booth with the actors because it's in Squadron. We know it's in Squadron. It's not a secret it's in Squadron. It was referenced in the monthly reports as being in the Squadron. Titan suits are a Squadron thing, which may be the reason why we're not going to get it for a while. But then again, super heavies are too. Only if we can drop a Titan suit from a ship. I wouldn't be surprised if CIG did that. I mean, the ICTY exists. The ICTY jump exists. Or the ICTY Geo exists, but... Titanfall Titans are tall as heck. These are not the same size as Titanfall Titans. They're about 8 to 10 feet tall. So more like, as you said, like Anthem exosuits. The original concept of them was going to be more like max suits from PlanetSide, though I think super heavies have become sort of the max suits from PlanetSide. I heard they can't self-heal or EVA. Yep. Super heavies cannot self-heal or EVA. Now, I think that means that there's 2 ways of self-healing. Hitting yourself with a med pen and hitting yourself with a med gun. I'm assuming you cannot med pen nor med gun somebody in a suit. I assume you also can't run in a super heavy. There's going to be a lot of downsides to the super heavy because it's designed as a role. Rather than everyone walks around in super heavies, it's sort of a suppression role. But now what about sitting in the pilot seat? I don't think you'd be able to. But nails will not be available for us from the UEE. No, but I think Atlas, so ATLS. The ATLS ICTY, Geo ICTY, is what I was talking about. Or Atlas. The reason why I'm calling it the ATLS because that's what it's technically called, even though it stands for Atlas, and it's a Titan suit. If you get the idea, the combat version is called the Zeus. We might get a salvage version of or other industrial versions, which probably would be called something similar, like Kronos or Gaia. That'll probably be like CHRO or CNOS or something like that. CRNOS. Hey, Dirty Son. Zeus suit riot. Yeah. I wonder if someone's going to have to reload for you in the Super Heavy. Yeah, I think that's almost certainly what you're going to have to do. Wallies and the ship that can drop them off from the undercarriage would be a legitimate cool from me. I would love to see like walkers. Yeah. Like I have said forever that CIG still has to figure out what the ground game is. And I'm sitting here screaming at them like, you already have the ground game. It's super easy to imagine a ground game. You've even used PlanetSide as an example. I'll give you another example, which is one of the best science fiction or near future or somewhat grounded looks at near future science fiction combat, which is Battlefield 2142. Battlefield 2142 had tanks, it had APCs, but it also had walker mechs. It had flying, or hovering fortresses, the Titan mode, which is the best part of that whole thing. And walkers aren't a bad idea. Somewhat large, I've said this before, 2 or 3 stories, so like 20 to 30 feet. I don't even know what that is in meters, like 10 meters or something like that. 10 to 15 meters. And you can do 4. You can do 4-legged ones. Star Wars, You don't have to have giant AT-ATs, but you could have mini AT-ATs. Because you could turn those bigger vehicles into ships. Effectively, like, they're basically ships that just can't fly. A little off topic, I'm curious how Impulse is going to do. Impulse? I don't know what that is. Yeah, ATTE. The spider, they already have spider miners, right? Like the ticks. That's an Argo vehicle as well. Like, CIG is in 80s rule of cool, and 4-legged walkers next to like bulky, blocky walkers, a la. Let me pull up some examples. Because everyone goes BattleTech or Gundam, and I'm like, there are more ideas, and there are ideas that have been in video games which work better. So this is a reimagining of the Wolverine from Command and Conquer. But here's an example. This is not too different from the original Wolverine. This is a Wolverine. It's slightly bigger than a Titan suit. They're from Command and Conquer. They're anti-infantry. The original Wolverine was a little different. So pull up the Wolverine. Welcome everyone from Easy Stream. My name is Paul Berserker, one Batman Shelley, your humble host and spacebar kind of here at the Astropub. Your spacebar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. It'd be fun if they made a specific heavy fighter that only works with super heavy suit. Make like 2 items, parasite items. Yeah, I can see that. Thank you, Piss4 Pete.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Piss4 Pete just resubscribed for 17 months. Carrot that.
Thank you so much there, Piss4 Pete, for the 17 months of Prime Sub. You're very important, Papa, very impressive, Piss, very pedestrian. That's your fault. There's your Dragonite. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. So, this was the original Wolverine. I always pull up the original Wolverine as an example because it was from, like, Command & Conquer 1, I think? So we're talking, like, Command & Conquer in the 90s. This is something that Chris would be contemporary with. It's not that big. This one's a little bit, more basic. We're talking about, like, time period before, but, like, this is an reimagining of it. Like, I could see something like this in Star Citizen easily. Let me pull up some other ideas. Sorry, I was muted, but it doesn't matter. You got the idea. Maybe a bit too much. But my point is that, like, something like that could fit into Star Citizen. A Nova on legs, yeah. I know he doesn't like giant mechs. What I'm trying to say is that Chris Roberts has a problem because he's made a game that he never intended to make in the first place. And so his problem is that he is now in a space which he is unfamiliar with and probably not comfortable with, which is ground warfare. Chris Roberts is a guy who likes planes. He likes planes. He likes space. He likes space planes. He likes spaceships. He likes planes and space. He's not really a guy who's, as far as I know, really into military equipment, just planes and space. So he's out of his element. But he has a guy who knows what he's doing with this sort of combined armed warfare, which is Sean Tracy, who loves big stompy fucking mechs. If CIG actually gave me big stompy mechs in Star Citizen, I guarantee you that would be the most interesting, varied, and weird ground gameplay in the entire game space. It would make the game far more interesting in the context of ground warfare. If you got that, would you retire your Senator runs, though? I don't know. If Chris Roberts made me that deal, I would do it in an instant. Warhammer Imperial Knights, they're a little big. I mean, you got to remember that what I'm talking about is something the size of like a Gladius on its side. So if you took a Gladius and you tipped it up so its engine is at the bottom and its front is at the top, that sort of height.
You can take away my space.
It's still huge.
You can take away my space suit.
You
can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
The Prisoner just resubscribed for 13 months.
Thank you, The Prisoner, for that 13 months of support. You're very important, but very impressive of any pedestrian. This is your fault. You're not shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and views. Yeah, and like a Veritech style fighter from CIG would also work. Something that bridges the two gaps of space fighter and mech. It's also very 80s. I mean, StarCraft had that. Like, I'm struggling to think of like a modern science fiction adjacent or straight up a science fiction property that didn't have a mech or a robot-like mech. And of course, Star Citizen, you wouldn't have a robot-like mech because there's no robots, but Aliens Power Loader. We have the Aliens Power Loader. That's the thing. It's the ATLS. Yeah, a Terran Viking can fly and transform into mech in CS2. Exactly. Are you saying Fallout doesn't have it plastic? Hold on. I need to remind people that he exists. Some people block it out of their minds because of how much he traumatizes them.
Communism is the very definition of failure.
There you go.
Embrace democracy, or you will be eradicated.
Who the fuck is Liberty Prime other than a giant walking mech? Do you see a possibility in the lore when UE collapses? Not only do I see it, I predict it's going to happen. I'm actually doing a video on it, Wakefield, for Patreon. I got to release it this month. My plan is to do this AI thing and then do that one because that one's a little bit different. Sounds like Peter Collin. I mean, his name is literally Liberty Prime. It's supposed to be a riff on, on Transformers. Yeah, you get the Marauder from Starship Troopers. Like a mech is or Walker style vehicles are very common in science fiction, just as cool things to add because they add variety. Because like, imagine this. You are tasked with defeating a small outpost of pirates. It's a job you got to go do. But they have a shield up. So you have to go in on foot. And you go in on foot, you trip an alarm, and you're like, oh, whatever. They just got some small vehicles and some infantry. And then out rises from inside the complex a 2-story tall mech that starts firing at you. It's like, oh, fuck. I didn't know we were going to have a boss battle. And now you have to deal with this giant fucking mech that's ripping you to pieces. Yeah, mechs were part of the colony war. Like it was a huge part of the colony war. You can actually find them in the game. They can't use them. Cyberpunk has pilotable mechs? Yes. Cyclops from Halo Wars? Yeah. There's Halo 6 had a mech, I think, which was Cyclops as well. My point is that mechs are a sci-fi staple for a reason. And I know Chris doesn't like them, but Chris was never planning on making a game that involved sweeping vistas of entire planets that you could walk on. So you can't just introduce Atlas ICTY and not expect backers to want more of that, especially since the ICTY is cool and decent against like it's the enemy it's designed to fight against, but it could be cooler. It could be more effective. You could be able to swap out those guns for different types. So instead of having an energy ICTY, you have a Gatling ICTY. You could just mow down people. Because right now the ship weapons are so broken, they just don't affect NPCs and players outside of ships as easily as they should. Does Star Trek have a mech? I think it does. It's okay, Chris. I don't like scope creeps, so give me mechs. We're even. Well, Chris is also a big fan of the Avatar films. And, like, Avatar has mechs. That was the ICTY, Wakefield. That's literally the ICTY. Think of a small mech that's mech suits launched from the Prowler utility. I think if you could do something like this, because what avatars are literally meat mechs. I mean, true, but I mean there are like walker fighters in there too. The thing is that they need something that bridges the gap between planes and space. From Logan Stream, my name is Paul Berserker 1, Batman Show, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How you doing? Tomorrow, Logan, MechWarrior 5, Hot Mech Summer. I gotta set up a list of mods because I had to reinstall my computer, so I don't have all the old mods for MechWarrior 5. But I'll set them up and I'll send them to you. For those of you who don't know, we're going to be doing a MechWarrior 5 playthrough with Loken. We're going to be trying to go from beginning of, what we did last time, and move into all the way to the clan, to defeat the clans. Give me an AT-AT. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Like four-legged, six-legged mechs. We're just talking about how Star Citizen is now in a place where as they move towards ground warfare, there is a huge gap in terms of what is available for ground gameplay. And the most simple, easy solution for CIG to create for ground warfare would be mechs of some kinds, walkers, effectively. And while everyone assumes Battletech or Gundam when I say something like, well, we say something like mechs or walkers, I was thinking more like the Wolverine from Command and Conquer, or the mech from Battlefield 2142. You know, tall, but like not huge. And they can still be very military focused. We had a discussion because the question is, are super heavies replacing Titan suits? And my thought is probably not. but we know that super heavies are in Squadron, so. Yeah. The ATTE from Star Wars, even Star Wars has mechs, and Chris Roberts loves Star Wars. He also loves the Avatar series. The Avatar series has mechs, like... You don't want a mech that can punch an Apex Valakar. I want a mech that can punch an Apex Valakar, but I don't want Gypsy Danger. I don't think that works aesthetically in Star Citizen. I think it's much cooler to have... let me see if I can find that GIF. This famous GIF. Pull it up right now. From Armored Core. This would be cool. Something like this. Now, obviously, this is too fast for Star Citizen, but when I imagine a mech fighting Apex Valakar, this is what I'm imagining. This sort of scale difference. I still want to be able to melee it. I will melee it even though it's bigger than me. Makes me wonder how other brand super heavies will look like now. Yeah, because clearly the one we're getting is probably more like a outlaw or mercenary version of that. Yeah, honestly, the super heavies are the closest to like 40k power armor in terms of like its aesthetics and its like chunk. Whereas like Titan suits you more pilot, you're definitely wearing the super heavy.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Snuggle Blanket just resubscribed for 2 months. Thanks for all the lore info.
Thank you, Snuggle Blanket, for that Twitch Prime sub. You're very important, Papa, very impressive. As a very pedestrian, this is your fault. You're doing good night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Okay, now you're giving me the need of a mech with a giant sword and a minigun getting ejected from an Idris Bengal to fight defeatable ships. Make this with the ATTE, and I'll forgive most of Rich Roberts' transactions. Oh, God, yeah. Hell yeah. I mean, this is basically the wrap. Give me the wrap, which actually can deployable stuff. Yeah, definitely. It's cool as shit. Yeah, Halo has mechs. One of the early prototype Mjolnir armors was a mech. Oh. Be Human was the name of it was an anime short that they had, which is canonized. And then there's the Cyclops. Oh, yeah, true, Golomox. But that's the thing. The reason why I bring this up is because one of my biggest problems with the current lore of Star Citizen, which is connected to the problem with the gameplay of Star Citizen, is that the UE army doesn't exist. Like, it really is more of the UEE National Guard than it is the army. And to make it feel like what it should be based off the kind of tidbits of lore we have, which is this huge force that's brought to bear when they need to, it should have very specific roles that it is good at, that the Navy and the Marines are not good at, which is ground warfare. And we don't have much ground warfare. So if you flesh out the army, give the army more tools, more things, like a non-quantum capable gunship. You know, imagine if you could get how much weapons and munitions you could get on a Paladin if you didn't have to give that thing a jump drive or a quantum drive. You know, it should have things like artillery. It should have things like APCs and infantry fighting vehicles. It should have logistics trucks, those sorts of things. Well, 4.9 is supposed to be July unless they changed it. But I'm looking forward to. God, we're kind of coming down to the end of the year when it comes to stuff because we only have 3 patches left. We've got July, we've got September, and we've got November, and that's it. Wasn't there a mech loader in Mendez's crew that had to be in to prevent accident? Possibly, yeah. Yeah. We were talking about things like siege artillery and mechanized warfare. What is the most science fiction version of mechanized warfare? Walkers. It has been the staple of mechanized ground warfare in fiction for 125 years, or not 125, for 75 years. Since Starship Troopers. Like, Starship Troopers is sort of the origin of a lot of these things, including power armor and mechs. But, you know, you have the AT-AT, the AT-STs from Star Wars. Obviously, you have Gundam. You have the slew of mecha that came from Japan in the 1980s. You've got BattleTech. You've got, you got video game versions of with mechs, with things like the Wolverine from Command and Conquer. Like, there are mecha and mechanized walker variants everywhere. Well, yeah, I mean, tripods. Oh, no, we're not going to get a December patch, but we'll get like a hot. So we'll get like a 4.11.1 for December. We're never going to get like a new ship that will release. I would love to be sitting at Hathor and all of a sudden get rained on by 120 milliliter shells. Well, that's why you have Greycat MDCs, right? Or MTCs. The PDC carrier one. Because it'll shoot down those incoming artillery shells. No, Alien Week has always been June. First Contact Week is to next week, I think. First Contact Day. Heck, they are non-pilotable, but even Dwemer race. Oh yeah, isn't it the giant mech that the Emperor managed to get a hold of? One of the Emperors. So while I'm not saying CIG needs to become BattleTech or Star Citizen needs to become BattleTech, what I'm saying is adding a couple of walkers into the game that work like spaceships but are in fact mechs would add to the aesthetic of the game. It would make a ground vehicle that would be dangerous to both infantry and vehicles as well as ships. And it would still have disadvantage because it's probably slower, but it's also very it's also very powerful, right? Yeah, and you could do the same thing. You could add like Xi'an mech styles and Vanduul mechs. Do you think we're going to hear anything about Squadron 42 anytime soon? August. Because tomorrow is Summer Games Fest, right? Yeah. I don't think we'll hear anything. I originally thought so because of statements CIG had made, but there was also statements more recently that said, no, that's not happening, so. What's the lore on the Harvester? So the best we can tell about how the Vanduul work is they sort of consume this paste. This goo that they produce is chopped up from natural, organic and inorganic matter, which is then turned into the material that builds their hulls of their ships, that makes their weapons, that crafts their ammunition, but it's also their food. So either they have some sort of way of automatically separating organic and inorganic matter or something, or not, because they're Vanduul, they're a little weird. But a harvester's job is basically be dropped on a planet and then just consume everything. It's like a combine harvester from hell, because it just the front of it is just a giant spinning blade that consumes, rips up everything in front of it, and then tosses it into a suction system. The site, and like I think it was not the Mauler, not the Destroyer, but there's a smaller one, Vanduul ship that actually carries the harvesters, and like the harvesters are huge. They're massive. And they can carry like dozens of them. So you can imagine 30 of these things in a line just like traveling over the land and just ripping everything in front of it. It's like a mobile version of Tyranid Biopit, effectively, yeah. If it's a machine, can we parry it with a chainsaw? Not in Star Citizen. The information we keep getting is constantly contradict each other. Yeah. My guess, Deadly Bird, is that at some point they were going to announce a release date at Summer Games Fest, and then they backed out because they realized they needed to delay. I don't think this delay that I've heard about a couple weeks ago was old. I think it was fairly new, like within the last couple of weeks, if not days. I just so happened to ask at the right time. I still think we might hear something about Squadron 42. I hope so. Like, again, as I said, I hope I'm wrong. I hope the information I got was just, trying to loot out leakers or something like that. No patch today. They had a patch yesterday, though, right? 481 was released. Vanduul's like a locust? Yeah, kind of. Do you think the Vanduul would have mechs? I feel that would go against their beliefs. They might have something like a mech, because the Vanduul are also very pragmatic when it comes to warfare. Like, they believe in martial combat, but their mech would be a melee mech. It would be a mech that goes in and, like, punches things. The patch yesterday was just a mission. 481 had a partial patch, and the main fixes has been held back. Ah, okay. Yeah, harvesters are nightmare machines. The thing is that I have some small experience in game dev as a voluntary translator on indie game dev. And when they had a delay, it would be discussed for at least 2 weeks. So that's why if it was planned, it would either be the right instant, or Sandy would have known before she said her statement on to Variety. Well, what she said in Variety wouldn't have been a lie. CIG, like a lot of developers, not just CIG, but CIG is very good at this, uses something that I call weasel words, which are words that sound like something to your average person, but are just ambiguous enough that they can weasel their way out if they want to. Like, I joke about this, but there's like 3 different versions of soon that you can anticipate. There's soon, which is like actually coming out in the next 3 to 6 months. When you start seeing multiple devs talk about something, when it starts showing up in the monthly report and they're talking about it on like an SCL or an ISC, or Jared starts mentioning it, like that's soon, usually within a couple of weeks to a couple of months, within a couple of patches. Then there's CIG soon, when one person says, we'll soon get it out for you. And that's like 6 months to a year, if not 2 years. It's in the planning stages. We have it on our Jira. Somebody's working on it, but I couldn't tell you exactly when it's coming out. But to them, that's soon, because it's like the next thing that person's going to do, or the next the team's going to tackle. But they still have, 2 weeks to 3 to 6 months to release this first one. So it's the next thing on the list. And then there's soon TM, which is when CIG sort of says, yeah, we're still totally working on it, but they're like, it's a one-off mention by Chris and a bunch of other things. And that's like, they have no fucking idea. It's in the plan. It's in the plans. They just have no fucking idea when it's coming out. So they just say soon. They'll say soon, but there's 3 different meanings for soon. You have to understand the context of what they're saying, which is why when I read Sandy's statement, it was soon. It was a CIG soon. Because she caveated it with like, it's coming out like something like, let me pull it up again. I'll pull up the exact quote. Oh, come on. The exact quote. While no release date has been set for Squadron, Sandy Roberts confirms they are, quote-unquote, imminently closer to launch, and that Cloud Imperium is well aware of the demand for more information. Sandy Roberts says, and with all these events we do, it's difficult. As we get imminently closer to launch, and I say that in game development language. So when she said, I say that in game development language, what she's doing is a weasel word. And it's very hard to keep it under wraps. So the marketing for campaign for Squadron is quite different from Star Citizen. It's going to go for a broader audience, but I'm excited for the community to get on board, and we're very keen because they've been with us so long on Star Citizen, and they really like that they're part of it, which they are. So for them to sing from the rafters that Squadron is launching, I think is going to be an exciting moment. My interpretation of that, based off of the information I know from the inside, is more likely that that's and I say that in game development language, that's a soon CIG soon. So 6 months to a year. What are we talking about? Oh, because we're talking about how CIG's discussion, like there's been hints that CIG was going to be at Summer Games Fest. And then there's been other just outright statements by people like Jared said, we're not going to do anything for Summer Games Fest. So like there's been weird communications, and then Sandy was saying something about like Squadron, and people interpreted that as it's going to come out like in June, which is like, no, that was never in the cards, guys. Like, I don't think Squadron's coming out at Summer Games Fest. Like, that would be nuts. I would be glad to eat humble pie if that happened, but it's not going to happen. How old is Chris? He's in his late 50s. Speaking of Mech Summer soon, starting tomorrow. He's 58, yeah. Just a pop. Isn't there a flood of games being released a month or two before GTA? Yeah. Including Ace Combat 8. And I'm going to be insufferable. I will be playing Ace Combat 8 on stream. I don't care that nobody will be watching me. I will be playing it on stream. Especially since there's a lot of you who don't actually know what Ace Combat is. So, like, I know you are, but not everyone is. And so I do want to introduce people to Ace Combat, because I think Squadron 42, and specifically Chris Roberts' vision of like space combat is very similar to Ace Combat. I don't think CIG and Star Citizen is going to get as arcadey as Ace Combat, but like, one of the things that is a common trope in Ace Combat games is you can hear the enemy's transmissions. They will literally talk to you while you're fighting, and they will be afraid of you or be blustery at you. And that one of those things that I know that a lot of people complain about in Star Citizen is like, why are the enemies I'm able to hear the enemies talking through the radio? It's like, Wing Commander did the same thing, guys. I won't be watching because I will also be playing Ace Combat 8. Is the music in Ace Combat any good like Star Citizen? Pause the music. Pause the music. This is the other thing that you clip. I'm going with dual wielder, chat. Listen to this. Listen, I know Megalith is good, but you got to start with dual wielder because it is fucking amazing. It's a good for your average non. This is one of the songs from Ace Combat 7. It gets better. Let it cook. This is the song that's playing while you're flying around in a jet fighting other people. It's building up. You'll see it here. I think it goes to the repeat there. Okay. Let me pull up Daredevil, and then I'll do Daredevil, and then I'll do Zero, because like Daredevil is the other one that like that's probably now the most iconic iconic song from Ace Combat. This song specifically is the song that's playing as you're fighting a giant air drone mothership with missiles, anti-aircraft guns, and a fuck you laser. Also a energy shield. Yeah, this is what you're listening to as you're dodging live fire and shooting down your enemies. You also have to imagine that you're hearing your allies and your enemies shouting at you like it's an anime while this is going on. Yeah, that's what I'm doing next. The Zero. Like you start off with dual wielder because it's like the epitome of like, this is a fucking game. I like to think of it as like the walk in the woods from Halo. It's sort of like every Halo has one. You're like, oh yeah, baby. I'm fighting. Wait for it. This is the finale music. Yeah, you have to fly through a tunnel while doors are closing. Yeah. The Strike Commander, Chris Roberts game, Strike Commander. All right. This is the one everyone likes to point to because it's the most insane combination. It's called Zero. Spanish guitar. You gotta imagine dogfighting to this music. Dodging missiles. Being monologued at. Now imagine salsa dancing in a fighter jet. That's what this feels like. Sorry, someone asked legitimately if Ace Combat had good music, and I'm like, it's some of the best music in gaming. But you have to kind of listen to it. We're not going to be doing the report yet, though. No, not for a second. We're going to wait for a few more minutes. Probably another 20 minutes or so for that one. So. It's a pasa doble, a bullfight. Yeah, basically. It's flamenco. Yeah, it is legitimately flamenco. You're stuck and you cannot move. Any idea where to get repositioned once I land in the station? That can happen sometimes. What you got to do is first try your Mobi-Glass and then pull out of the Mobi-Glass. If that doesn't work, just Alt F4 and then load back in. Ace Combat is super niche, but fantastic. So many people think it's supposed to be realistic. It's not realistic at all. It is, but it is in my opinion, the best arcade flight sim that has been made ever. It's so hard to put into words for people who don't know about Ace Combat, how good Ace Combat is, because you kind of have to understand that Ace Combat is like an opera. It is theater of the epic. It is literally, what if you were telling the story of the Odyssey and the Iliad, or the Aeneid, or Beowulf, but in fighter jets? What if you were talking about Gilgamesh, but they had F-16s? Like that is really what it is, and it's over the top, and like all of they have these super weapons, which are giant lasers and orbital cannons and death-ending nuclear missiles and giant space elevators. It is an absolutely insane, over-the-top spectacle. And it's life or death. You're the only thing standing between, certain death and victory. You're the hero that everyone looks up to. You're facing against the most impossible odds and coming through every time. It's a Gundam anime made into a game with planes, told as an opera. Exactly. Aircraft carrier submarines. Flying aircraft carriers. Hot take, Ace Combat Assault Horizon was a fun-ass game. The problem with Assault Horizon was that the best parts about Assault Horizon was the planes, and you only played about 40% of the Assault Horizon in planes. You think of something else. Yeah, Strange Reel is the reason. All right. I'm going to get some water because I am actually doing a lore video on Strange Reel. But Strange Reel isn't Earth, but they call it Earth. We call it Strange Reel because it is both weird, but attempted to be based in reality. So, like, there are F-15s, F-16s, Su-48s. Like, they have F-4 Phantoms, like, and they call them those names. And they have they're modeled correctly. They use the real names. The flight patterns are mostly correct for the planes. They're not super accurate, but like they feel like they should fly. But it is not our Earth. You've got massive countries like Eugia and Osea and Belka and Yuktobania, Soto, the Federation of the FCU, the Federation of Central Eugia. Like these are different countries that don't exist. They're fake, but they have a map. They have a history. They have conflicts with each other. There's politics. There's revenge. There's schemes. There's a whole history that you are sort of walking into when you play the games. So a lot of its backstory is, a lot of the game is built off the fact that you're walking into a story that's already in progress. And you start off the game as just a pilot in a wider fight. And then as you progress with the game, you become more and more recognized. Other pilots will fear you. Like when you show up in a battle space later in the games, you'll have enemy pilots be like, will say your character's call sign, because you're given a call sign because you play a character, you don't get to give your own self a call sign. And they will legitimately be like, we need to run. Like, he's going to kill us all. Like, and some games had different paths you could take where, depending on what you did and how you reacted, the enemies would react against you. They would send different ace squadrons after you to try to take you down. So there's Soto, and there's Grace Maria and Estevacia. There's a lot of A's, though. You're right. Yeah, there was Ace Combat 7 was in VR. No one heard anything about this. No one heard about Soto until Ace 8, which is coming out. That's the main antagonist in Ace 8. And Soto is basically Strange Real's version of Mongolia. Yeah, and Yuji is sort of like I don't know. It's like, it was really the main protagonist of the stage for Ace Combat games. I feel like 5 of the 8 games have been set there. I guess what?
Weapons free, y'all. I'm fly. I'm pilot. Good news, everyone.
Two words. Distress bacon.
Drugs.
I love democracy.
I'm fly. I'm pilot.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Seen that Project Aces logo during State of Play? I yelled. I couldn't fix it. See, the thing is that what I don't understand is people were suddenly surprised by Ace Combat 8 or Ace Combat 8 being at State of Play. And I'm like, they announced it like 5 months ago. How did people not know that Ace 8 was coming out? But honestly, I'm super happy. As a fan of Ace Combat, as a casual fan of Ace Combat before Ace Combat 6, and becoming an Ace Combat fan because of Ace Combat 6, I'm very happy that Ace Combat is now, I think it was probably the most hyped game coming out of State of Play. More people discovered it and were like, this looks fucking awesome. And it's like, it is. Not only is it awesome, it is over the top. So people will love it. Cypher of the 666th War Dog Fighter Squadron is a bit devilish. Well, I mean, they do call him the Demon King of the Round Table for a reason. What recommend 7? Ace Combat 7 is the most accessible of the Ace Combat games. It's not the best story, but it gives you a kind of it's pretty long, And it gives you a good idea of what the universe is like. I think the best game in the series is probably Zero, but I haven't played it. That's the thing. Based off of the interpretations most people have said, is that Zero is sort of the magnum opus. But I liked 6. I think 6 is probably one of the better ones, but you can't get it outside of Xbox. It's not on PC or anything. And then I think 7 has the most fun gameplay and the most replayability. Yes, there's a remake, but I don't know why they're doing this. There's some decisions by Project Aces doesn't make a lot of sense, but I kind of get why they're doing it, because Ace Combat is a losing series. Like, they do not make a lot of money on Ace Combat. The most successful Ace Combat game was Ace Combat 7. And since 6, they had been losing money on every Ace Combat game. Namco Bandai has. So, like, Ace 8 is a miracle. It is a fucking miracle we're getting Ace Combat 8. So what Bandai is doing is going, we're going to go in heavy on the monetization because we have to because we know this is a cult fan base, and they'll do what they can to keep things up. Zero requires you to play 5 first. Nah, you can play 0 without 5. 5 is a sequel to 0 anyways. But you can only get Ace 0. You can get Ace 0 if you pre-order certain versions of Ace Combat 8. So you can play Ace 0 on PC. The Belkin War is going to be on PC. I wonder why they decided to re-release it, because when Ace Combat 7 came out, you got if you pre-ordered it on PlayStation, you got Ace Combat 5. If you pre-ordered it on Xbox, you got Ace Combat 6. And I don't think you got anything for Ace 7. You don't think you got any bonuses for on PC. I could be wrong, though. Without 5, the gravity of 0 is lost. There probably won't be HOTAS support, which is one of my biggest problems with the Ace games, is that they don't have easy, like, you can even custom map your controllers in Ace games, which is like, what? $14.99 for Ace Combat 7, and comes with the Ace Combat with the Top Gun Maverick edition. Yeah. Classic Japanese game, to be honest. Yeah, but I mean, like, Ace 7 didn't have it. And that's been a standard for video games, especially for, like, games, like action games, for 10 years. Anyone else have huge server queues lately? This latest patch, I'm always at 200 in the queue. I haven't seen that. Tried Ace Combat 6, couldn't get into it. Traded for a coworker for Mass Effect. I was very happy. One of the things that got me to like Ace 6 was that there was a demo for Ace 6 that they released, which was the first mission. And it slapped. It really drew you into the universe. Ace 7 on PlayStation had native HOTAS support, but it would only, you couldn't remap the buttons or anything. That might change in 8 with 8. It might. I hope so. Sorry. Side tangent for Ace Combat. Wanted to explain a little bit about Ace Combat because I will be playing and I will be doing lore for it. I do think that there is some crossover between Ace Combat and Star Citizen, especially Ace Combat and Squad 42 fans, because Ace Combat sort of comes out of the same, cut from the same cloth as Wing Commander. It's just Wing Commander is space and Ace Combat is sci-fi. Near future sci-fi. And I think it comes from both Chris Roberts and Project Aces were huge fans of Top Gun and big fans of aviation. Like, I don't think the people at the Project Aces team played Strike Commander, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Because the first Ace Combat game, which was called Air Combat for the PS1, is very interesting for them. Yeah. But both of them are influenced by Top Gun, and especially in sort of the over-the-top nature of the protagonists, the fact that you can like hear your enemies through comms, and with Ace Combat, with Wing Commander, you can literally taunt your enemy to get them to make mistakes, which I'm sure is going to come back with Squadron. No, Tom Cruise isn't going to happen. I haven't had the issues with the launcher not updating, no. I want Chuck E. Cheese and Star Citizen. You think we're getting a dating sim aspect in Squadron 42? No. By that I mean, what you say your wingmen affect their performance? Affect your performance, but I do think, because you're gonna only, as far as we know, you're only gonna have one wingman, though you may have more. I do think how you talk with your wingman will determine the fate of your wingman. Squadron 40 team seems way more serious than Ace Combat and even other games, to be honest. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, I say they're cut from the same mold, but I think Ace Combat is a drama. It's an opera, whereas Squadron 42 is like solid popcorn movie. Yeah, I know. They've already said they're not going to do like dating. Like there's no romance options in Squadron, so. Someone asked why why didn't CIG get this guy to do Star Citizen? Because they got this guy to do Squadron 42. Now, this is not the official one. This is sort of a cover of it, but you know what I'm about to do. Better. They got his protege. This isn't Pedro. This is Jeff Sinelli. Yeah. The echoes in the of the verse. That was a cover. This is the actual one that it sounds like. This is the Torpedo Run theme. All right. The reason why it's a little different, I'll show you all this. This is the digital mock-up. It's sort of the squadron theme. No, this is an old one. Now this is the pipes. About a year old. Here it comes, chat. Yeah, this was sent out in the newsletter. I feel like who's recording? So this was Jeff Zanelli, who wrote this and helped to mix a lot of these. What was this one called again? This is the UEE anthem. That song is called the UEE anthem, which is it has actual lyrics. It is the anthem of the UEE Navy. So it's like sort of the Anchors Away or gosh, I'm trying to think of the other ones. The caissons go rolling along, I think is what it's called, and the Halls of Montezuma. So UEE Navy hymn. Thank you. Not Pedro. This is Jeff Zanelli. Jeff Zanelli, the guy who's behind the Pirates of the Caribbean soundtracks. One would do better have Game of the Year music for at the very minimum. That's why I'm kind of glad that if it does delay, which I'm pretty sure it is, it won't have to go up against Ace Combat 8. Ace Combat 8 is going to have Game of the Year music. It's just that good. The army goes rolling along. Okay, yeah. Isn't that Hans Zimmer? So yeah, he was Zimmer's apprentice. It's interesting to hear his story because he's done some interviews and stuff like that. So the theme of Pirates of the Caribbean, he's a pirate, that was Jeff Zanelli. He was the one who came up with that theme. And so he sort of took over a lot of the roles for each new movie. Zimmer was sort of like had had him take over more and more music. Because for those you don't know, it's not uncommon, and it's not even this. It's even the case in things like video games, for movies and television shows to have multiple composers, because sometimes you need to have someone write music for something that someone's too busy to do.
My space suit. You can even take away my space lasers, but you can never, ever take away my space game.
Valisat just resubscribed for 26 months.
Thank you so much for that. 26 months, Valisoft. You're a very important public, very implicit, very pedestrian. This is the default treatment.
I lolled and thought of you when I saw the super heavy armor.
Thank you, Escape. (2015 to the present). I better know the Army song. And from like basically Jeff Zanelli, over the course of the original trilogy, took more and more responsibility, and by the 4th, 5th, and 6th movies, the later ones that everyone hated, he was the one who did the soundtracks for all of those. Like, he was the main composer for those. His story about it was crazy, because he had a chance to jump in and help out, and he took it because he's like, "Fuck it, I'll do it." He was a young, hungry, composer. I managed to get in and impress Hans Zimmer. So it's not the Titan suit, nope. Unless they've changed the Titan suit's design, which I don't think they have. I think it's likely that they came up with the super heavy design as sort of a mini boss or a boss for Squadron. So they did what they always do, which is just rip it and put it in Star Citizen. Triggering the Army folks to sing the hymn. No, we talked about Star Citizen today, but we're going to be doing a read through next of the monthly report. We're going to do a capsule, actually. Let's do that. We've been streaming for about 2 hours, so let us pull it up. Howdy, my name is Paul Shelley, and this is an Office Hours capsule. That's right, a segment of my Office Hours live stream that I do on Thursdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. I'd love to have you come join us live at twitch.tv/theastropub, youtube.com/theastropub and join the chat here as we talk about Star Citizen, lore, news, and more. This is where I say, I was wrong. Kind of. Because we now know 4.9, at least the initial release for 4.9, with this latest roadmap roundup. So let's take a look at the roadmap roundup, see what it says, and maybe guess to see what's going on even further. Put some more context into what's going on. Without any further ado, let's do that. Alrighty. So, notable changes, June 3rd, 2026. Release view, Alpha 4.8, Space Combat Missions, Defend Location. Implementing a new mission pack for players to answer the call from either Foxwell or Headhunters, defend the asteroid bases throughout the systems, and and prevent the attackers from destroying key resources, and sometimes escort escaping workers to safety. This card has been set to released. It is currently released in 4.8.1, but all of the fixes haven't been released yet as of this recording, so probably not until next week. Alpha 4.9. So here's the big ones. Siege of Orison. Implementing a new operation, Siege of Orison, introducing instanced FPS gameplay where players assault Ninetales-controlled platforms in coordinated team-based encounters tied to mission-driven progression. This card has been set to tentative. Now, the question I have for this one, this is the big one, is it the same Siege of Orison that we played before, or have they changed it? I wouldn't be surprised if they have changed it. I'll talk about that here in a moment, but I don't think it's the same Siege of Orison at all. Not even the same framework, because we do know what they've done with the Xenothreat. So, instancing. Implementing instancing to create a closed gameplay spaces with controlled access. Access is managed through instance prerequisites, party leader ownership, and safeguards that prevent or remove ineligible players. This card has been set to tentative. This is big. This is important. And I'll do this because I want to also pull up the Superheavy. This is important simply because this is going to change how CIG designs missions. One of the problems that we've had for a long time is that when you look at a place like Hathor is so easily sort of buggered by one or two people coming in to disrupt any operations, and it requires far more effort to secure Hathor than it does to sort of disrupt it. Add to that to many of the problems that people have had with, like, are they called roaches or rats, who will wait for you to finish your battle with the Apex Valakar with Stormbreaker, and then kill you and steal all your components and leave. Or Onyx, where it's designed for like 4 people, but you could breeze through it with 10 or 15. So instancing will do 2 things. One, it will probably bring us specific mission types and events, like these sorts of sandbox dungeons that they've been doing, where they can tier it to a certain party size. That way they can legitimately or literally push out you into another instance if there's too many people for one instance. So they can craft the experience around having a certain number of people. I can imagine things like not combat zones. What is it called? Contested zones, where there's a certain cap on who can enter into a contested zone once you get there. So that way you can't just flood the zone with all of your people. You can only have 10 people or 12 people in a contested zone at one time. So instancing is going to change how the game is played through just missions, let alone all of the other advantages that instancing can get. Because we also know that instancing is part of sort of a prerequisite for dynamic server meshing, which we'll probably talk a little bit later in the broadcast when we talk about the monthly report. But I wanted to kind of set that up because the next one is the Superheavy combat armor. Now, Superheavy combat armor, implementing the Superheavy combat armor class, enabling players to equip and operate a new category of powerful Superheavy weapons. And that also comes down to the Apocalypse Arms Vendetta HMG, implementing a brand new weapon type, the heavy machine gun with Apocalypse Arms Vendetta HMG, belt-fed and usable with the new Superheavy armor and its dedicated ammunition backpack. This delivers sustained high rate of fire from a large rotating barrel while carrying up to 4 magazines of ammunition. So, this is what the armor looks like. This is the back. These are the 4 magazines of ammunition. We do know that this armor is itself restricted. You can't heal yourself You may not even be able to use a med gun on yourself. You probably don't have much cargo or, like, if any, holding space for items. You're probably going to walk a little slower than the average person in armor. There's a lot of disadvantages to this because you're getting the advantage of being able to slowly walk forward and just spray bullets until you run out. Now, is this a Titan suit? Because I did say earlier that I believe that the Super Heavies and the Titan suits have been combined. No, I don't think this is the Titan suit. Only because the ATLS still exists, and we know that the ATLS is sort of a civilian version of a Titan suit. Though I do think that this was developed for Squadron as sort of a mini boss enemy that you may have to face, or like an elite. Now, why it's coming to Star Citizen is because Starware is starting to be implemented. We know that with our flight suits now have an effect on G resistance. This is clearly sort of that really specific combat-focused armor for heavy support. The idea behind this is that you kind of insert or remove those ammunition packs. I would almost guarantee you that somebody else has to do that for you. So you're going to need to have some sort of support logistics person running behind you and like slamming new ammo packs into your backpack as you move. So it's sort of a team support armor. And the weapon, see if I have the pictures here. This right here. Looks like this. Now, we have seen this before. A couple of years ago when they interviewed the FPS team, this was what was on the screen for one of them. So we know that this weapon and this armor have been in development for a while. Though, honestly, if you look at the armor, it's not that different from modern armors in the game, modern heavy armors, but you can see some extra greebly bits for like exosuit power stuff. So. Oh, so it's not power armor, but they need scribes to feed them ammo. It's sort of power armor. It's powered armor in the most literal sense. Combat clothing. Now this is one that I'm very interested in. Implementing lightly armored apparel designed to offer more stylish look while remaining viable in combat situations. What people have been calling the John Wick suit. This is literally what they use in the roadmap image. Is this image right here? Don't shoot this man's copium. But that does mean that Starware, it kind of adds to the fact that Starware is coming in soon. So, new Wicklow armor, adding a Drake Clipper with a unique base livery and upgraded components as a reward for completing new additions to the variety of available Wicklow's Emporium contracts. This card has been set to tentative. Mission giver, Recco Battaglia. Implementing returning NPC to the persistent universe, Recco, coordinating logistics for the local independent miners operating from Levski. This is, of course, Recco Battaglia. Now, why is this important? I'm the lore guy, Astro Historian, if you want to watch me there. I talk about the lore. But I have always been saying that the most important factor to capture a player into a video game, especially, one that isn't very narrative focused, where you have more of a sandbox, to get them into the universe is to give them characters to care about. Once you have the character to care about, then that character's existence in their universe becomes important to you. And Recco, I wouldn't say is the most popular character in the universe, but she was pretty well liked when she was in the game. And her return shows that CIG is returning to physical mission givers, which is a great move in my opinion, because it will add more value to the universe as a whole. So that coming in is a big deal. But I think that's it. That's it for the 4-9. So let's talk a little bit about the Siege of Orison, and I'll explain a little bit about my concerns. So, Siege of Orison, for those of you who didn't play, was an event where you had to hop between several different platforms. You would go to a platform, you would have to find the lieutenant who was in charge of that platform where the Ninetales had taken over, and you'd have to kill their lieutenant And on their body, they would have a notepad. And on that notepad was a code. That code was used to turn off the IFIs, which was sort of the inverse friend or foe system. So it was a system where if you tried to fly a ship, you got into a ship or tried to fly a ship off of the platform, you would be shot down to prevent players from using ships that are on the platforms in the area to just leapfrog to the next platform. Once you had turned off the IFI, you could activate the shuttle to go to the next platform. So you were going from platform to platform to platform until you reached the big boss, where you had to confront him, kill him, and turn off the last IFI, and then you would win. I have a feeling that that's not how it's going to go in the new Siege of Orison. I have a feeling that it'll end up being more like what we've been seeing with events like the QV stations events, where there is a series of things you can get done, but it's not really super repeatable. Or probably a better example of this would probably be more like, not the QV stations, but the Onyx facilities, where you would go and do a mission, you'd leave, you'd come back, you'd do another mission, you'd leave, and then you'd finish those. And then eventually that would unlock a Project Hyperion, and then you'd do the full Hyperion loop. I have a feeling that what you'll see is Siege of Orison isn't going to be a timed event where you can only enjoy a certain amount of time. I have a feeling that it'll be an event that you can pick up and do similar to Onyx, and you will do one platform, then leave, then you'll unlock the next platform, you go to the next, then you leave, you come back to the next platform, and so on and so forth. You sort of rinse and repeat until you get to the final platform. Don't get me wrong, I would much rather it be the original version where it sort of pops up on its own, and it's the full story where you're fighting Mendo Rend at the end. But I'm trying to see how CIG has already broken up Xenothreat. So like the Xenothreat attacks that we saw being tested earlier were much more akin to the other events we've seen, which were basically like 6 different missions that you could repeat over and over again. You had like a tracker and all that kind of stuff. I don't think Siege of Orison is going to do that, but I have a feeling that it'll probably not be exactly the same as what we left it. Hopefully, the new super heavy armor is now like what the lieutenants are wearing. I'm hoping for like the instancing to improve things, so it'll be very good. I'm looking forward to it, especially since, for those of you who don't know, I'm going to do a little pitch. I play a character during Siege of Orison called Senator Armin Strong, and the whole goal is for me to try to defeat Siege of Orison with just my fists. So, when Siege of Orison comes out, I will make sure to publicly let you all know when I'm going to do that, so you can watch me and my the league, my organization, or probably Imperial Arms, or both, attempts to preserve me as I sprint through platforms, punching the living daylights out of every Ninetales we can find. So hopefully you join me for that. But if you did enjoy this, I want to know, as always, I want to know your thoughts down below on any of these things. Do you think I'm right? Do you think I'm wrong? I want to know your thoughts on Siege of Orison, instancing, super heavy combat armor, the works. Are you looking forward to 4.9? And as always, if you did like this video, like the video, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. Thank you for watching, and like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black. Standing here, I realize you're just like me. I'm making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't be worried about a few eggs. Oh. There's a whole lore story back behind it. He grew up, if I remember correctly, he was raised in Hurston, managed to get out of Hurston and went to school in Microtech, and graduated from Microtech, went to the Navy, and fought in the Battle of Vega, killed the Vandal with his bare hands, after his service, got his citizenship, and returned back to get his first job out of the Navy, working in public relations for Crusader. Then, when he left Crusader, he started his own business, Strong Incorporated, I think is what we called it, which makes elevator parts. So all of the he's the reason why all of your elevators are broken, and stuffed animals and elevator parts. And he opened his business on ArcCorp. So he calls himself the true son of Stanton. And he has been advocating, using his platform and his position to try to advocate for membership, Senate representation of the Stanton system rather than individual planets, offering himself up as the true son of Stanton to try to bring back. Strong is the final the boss of Elevator Citizen. Exactly. Keep Armstrong alive is how lots of people found out about medical overdosing. But yes, I've joked that I've got this GIF. I need to figure out how to get this GIF. And put Orison platforms behind him. Because yes, Senator Armin Strong is it's Armin Naked Strong is his full name. The N stands for naked. Yes, we're getting heavyweight suits for real. It's pronounced GIF. Do you have the Armin lore shirt written down for people to read? I have it written down, but I haven't published it. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, so his full name is Arm NN Strong. So it's Arm MN Strong. So it stands for Arm Maximus Naked Strong. He was born in Lorville, educated in Microtech, became a boxer to help pay his way through there. First job working for Crusader as PR. Founded Strong Industries in ArcCorp. Makes ball bearings for the trolley, which are also the stuffings for plushies, and makes elevator cables, refrigerators, and antimatter warhead casings. He fought. He did Boreal Stalker boxing. Underground Boreal Stalker boxing. He didn't go no Ivy League school. He went to Microtech. The NN Strong technique has been passed down the family for generations. Yes. In fact, Music Man, let me show you. We actually have a picture of what the suit is going to be. This is the suit. This is the Superheavy suit. Now, this does not mean that this is the Titan suit. Probably isn't. Because this is just a suit. But we are getting the Superheavies. Chonk Citizen, as Tomato likes to put it. The Zeus suit is more like the ATLS than this is. When you're carrying this, you don't need to move much. The joints have articulation to offer. It's not power armor. I think it's more like probably more like an exosuit from something like Advanced Warfare, from Modern Warfare, or from Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. If you run into someone with that thing, do they die? If you run into them, you probably die. Well, the best part is, if you look in the back, these are swappable ammo casings. So you can literally have someone behind you with a backpack full of ammo, and as you run out, just pull out the ammo casing and slap a new ammo box in. So you're just your magazines. You have someone who just replaces your magazine. So you just sit there firing away with your minigun. It's a COD Juggernaut suit, just a ton of armor, big guns, and 10 gallons of sweat. Yeah. No jetpacks for this one now. It's basically two 1/8 SU boxes, but they just split them up into their own magazines. Let me find the quote. Let me find the quote. Here you go, chat. This is the... no. Why did I do that? This is the what the super heavy suit is designed for.
I am heavy weapons guy. And this is my weapon. She weighs 150 kilograms and fires $200 custom tool cartridges at 10,000 rounds per minute. It costs $400,000 to fire this weapon for 12 seconds.
That is just what your average super heavy is going to feel like. That's Team Fortress theme. Post that clip, please. Yeah, sure. It's literally Meet the Heavy from TF2. So super heavies are just hammerhead crews on vacation with FPS missions. I mean, kinda. I think the way that you can think of a super heavy is that a super heavy is sort of like what the role of a Titan suit would be, only it can fit indoors. So a Titan suit is more designed for larger spaces, maybe more enclosed spaces, but still larger areas like hangars and such, or the ground. But super heavies do the similar job, but in normal spaces. Here we go. I love that quote. Let me pull it up.
Some people think they can outsmart me. Maybe. Maybe. I've yet to meet one that can outsmart Bullet.
I have not met seen the Russian that would meet the Heavy. The official TF2 wiki posted it? Okay, we gotta watch it, chat. It's only a minute and a half.
Я спец по большим пушкам. А это моя малышка. Она весит 150 килограмм и делает 10 тысяч выстрелов в минуту патронами по $200 каждый.
Oh, this is a fake one. Okay. All right, let's keep watching this one because I think this is the one that Not Yet Forsaken is explaining. So far, it seems the same.
Нужно $400 тысяч, чтобы стрелять из этого пулемета 12 секунд. Ё-моё, кто трогал Сашу? Ну все. Кто трогал мою крошку? Некоторые считают, что они умнее меня. Посмотрим. Посмотрим. Я еще не встречал никого умнее пули.
It feels right. You seen the thermals of the alleged experimental jet out of Area 51? The one they keep fucking crashing? I'm still thinking it's the 47. For those of you who don't know, there's been a jet that keeps crashing outside of Area 51, and they keep locking down the areas. But, like, they're really fast about lockdowns. The theory I think people have been working with is that it's the... they're experimenting with the drone link to the pilot for that's coming with the F-47. I think it's the F-47. Paul, quick Lorish question. How possible is it for a human to parry a Vandal Lance physical attack, not the plasma beam, with a gun? I mean, you could do it. Parrying is more about redirecting the blow than it is taking the blow. It's the F-47, yeah. Because I remember the concept was that there was going to be multiple uplinks so that the plane was connected to drones, which would be able to be directed by, the pilot would be able to direct the drones that are flying with the plane to effectively turn the pilot into a squadron leader. So they had access to all of these autonomous vehicles that they could then also send off and do their own little missions if they needed to. That was the concept that was pitched. So yeah, you're deflecting something rather than stopping it. Very tiny, weak swords can deflect much larger swords because it's all about redirecting the force away from you. This sounds like an Ace Combat enemy. I mean, we're getting to that point, man. You seen the kind of shit? This is one of the reasons why, I think CIG is sleeping on drone stuff, because if you've seen the kind of things that are coming out of the Ukrainian-Russian war, it's kind of insane. Some of the proposed drones are basically full-size pilotless fighters. Yes. I'm going to say it sounds exactly like Mihai from A7. This has been a proposed system, I think, for the F-47 since it was greenlit. So while it's not confirmed that that's what keeps crashing in the New Mexico desert outside of Area 51, it's almost certainly the fucking thing that they're doing. At least the system seems to be like that. And I say keeps crashing. I think it's been like 2 or 3 crashes. But of course, that never existed. You don't know what you're talking about. The military was never there. What are you talking about? Except for the fact that they were there and people have been there. Not only have they been there, but they've been there after the cleanup and specifically found evidence of the crash that happened. The AI-driven drones? Yeah. The stability was always the issue. Humans couldn't react fast enough to any sort of instability. After maybe 40 to 50 years of automation and avionics, that may be something more workable. Probably. We also know that, modern drone tech has semi-autonomous capabilities built into them with basic LLMs. Ukraine's using basic LLM technology that's basically tells a drone, this is the target, you need to retrieve this target, so that if the drone loses contact with the operator, the drone will switch automatically to its AI mode and just go after the target. So it's sort of a backup in case of thing that they've been developing. Well, to not replace himself. We're not talking about crazy alien conspiracies here, guy. That's one of the most interesting things about Area 51 is not the alien stuff. It's that people have been so fascinated by Area 51 that they've been watching what's been going on at the base. And the people who do it as a hobby pretty much know it. Like what we see in Top Gun Maverick, the Aurora Project. The Aurora Project has been basically an open secret since the 90s. Scramjet or is it a ramjet? It's a ramjet. That's possibly orbital capable. Scram. Yeah, Scram. Leaving these donut-shaped, these donuts through in the middle of their contrails and stuff like that. They ignore Area 51. The thing is, and when you study like aviation history, and you look at any kind of aviation history from like the 60s to the 80s, the stuff that's been declassified, the Air Force does weird fucking shit, man. Like, they do some crazy shit. The stuff that wasn't classified was crazy. The stuff that NASA is doing with some things, like their experimental supersonic jet, which is designed to go above the speed of sound, but deflect the sonic boom so it doesn't actually hit anybody. So it just deflects like away from the ground. So instead of having a sonic boom that ruptures down people down below it and does damage, the sonic boom goes away from populated areas. Thus, you could start up supersonic travel again, because that was one of the reasons why the Concorde stopped, was because you would do some damage with sonic booms if you didn't do them right. Supersonic combustion ramjet, yeah. Their grandparents were having some kinky stuff going on. So, like, that stuff is stuff that's public that we know about now, but there's been weird stuff that's been built by the Air Force, the Navy, and NASA and the CIA for the last 70 years. They just the budget they have is insane. It's just like, hey, let's do this. And so there's been lots of weird one-offs that can do some crazy maneuvers or some very specific things, but they've never really gotten to mass production because they're really more testing grounds. Like there's a couple of different planes that were built by NASA that were specifically built as testing for the space shuttle in the 60s. They built them in the 60s for the space shuttle that was planned to be released in the 70s and 80s. I just got taken out by hackers in Contested Zone. Woof, that's not good, bud. You sure they're hackers? Listing wing test beds for the shuttle, yeah. Which is one of the reasons why I keep saying all this crazy stuff, but like, there's some weird stuff going on, which is why I think CIG is sleeping on the idea of drones. Drones would be really cool in Star Citizen. I don't know if we can go to Mars in minutes. I wouldn't be surprised if we had some crazy ideas in terms of just the United States and having technologies that are absolutely off the wall. But it's a lot of that problem that happened a lot in the 60s and 70s, which is that you can develop a technology that's good at one thing, not necessarily everything.
You can take away my space suit.
ED has limpet drones, yes.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Iris Dread Tide just resubscribed for 41 months. Deja, we've just been in this place before, higher on the street, and I know it's my time to go. Calling you in the search is a mystery. Standing on my feet, it's so hard when I try to be me. Deja, we've just been in this time before, higher on the street, and I know it's a place to go. Calling you in the search is a mystery. Standing on my feet, it's so hard when I try to be me.
Deja vu. I've been in this place before. Higher on the street. Thank you so much for that. 41 months of support, the Iris. You're very important, public, very impressive, of any pedestrian. This is your fault that we're drinking that. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Teleport, takedown, disarm, remove all your given weapons. Yes. I was going to say, I don't think there's a way you can even identify who they are, because otherwise I'd say report them. But you might report it. Are you aware of the manned orbital laboratory? It was basically doing the spy version of Space Lab. Canceled, but get my dad out of the jungle in the early 70s. Yeah, you told me about that. Yeah, I'd heard about that one. It was basically, there's the Air Force has its own space program. Like, it's active, and they launch satellites and was it the X7? I think it's got a new name now. Basically, mini shuttles, mini drone shuttles. There's like a couple of them they have. They launch them pretty frequently. SpaceX likes to launch for them. The XB-47. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, they send that shit up for like a year, and then they send it back down. It's like, what the fuck? Have you ever seen the interview of Lockheed's CEO? I think of the model on his desk. I haven't. No. This is supposed to be Aurora. I'll look it up and see what all these crazy conspiracy theories say. I'm not seeing anything of it. Oh yeah. Yeah, so from what I can gather from the F-19 is that was the original designation of the Nighthawk, the F-117. The Hopeless Diamond aircraft. Okay. Yeah, the F-19 was a media misunderstanding of the F-117. Because you had the F-18 and you had the F-20 Tiger Shark. So there was something in between, and people thought, oh, there must be the F-19. And what people were seeing was the F-117, but the media kept calling it the F-19. And so the Tester Corporation produced an F-19 scale model, which wasn't a real model of anything. Oh yeah, I have seen it. The blue, have blue. Oh no, that was the F-117 Nighthawk. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be the Aurora. It's supposed to be called. They also call the F-117 threw a lot of people off. Yeah. Funny enough, I'm looking at the Hopeless Diamond, and I now know where the razor comes from. If you look up the Hopeless Diamond, you'll see it's very much like the Mirai razor is like if you took the Hopeless Diamond and mixed it with a Formula One car. Oh yeah, I remember seeing this one, the Tasset Blue. The Guppy, isn't it? It's like the weird little bloop guy. Most unstable aircraft ever. It was made in 1982. And incidentally, a design so radical that Lockheed Skunkworks called it hopeless. Yeah. Oh, the A6 Intruder? I think, fun fact, I think the A6 Intruder is actually in Ace 8. It's one of the planes you get in Ace 8. Yeah, no, it's the one they used in Top Gun, in the Top Gun Maverick. It's the one that Maverick was flying. You'd have to look it up, Red Baroque, but I think it's there. I remember watching somebody who did a review on it, and they said it was the only E-warfare plane. So you could actually do something where, like, you could have your have a co-pilot. You give your co-pilot the A6, and they could have them turn on their E-warfare, and then you could scramble enemy fighters. Oh, the one on the right. Yeah, I can see that. The one he's not supposed to have there. This is the one that they're talking about, I think. This isn't the Hopeless Diamond, but this one right here. This one I've seen recently. This was a drone, wasn't it? Yeah, because that's the Global Hawk. So this one is another more recent drone. And this is the helicopter they never built. Obviously the Spirit, and then this right here. Paul, when you said Strike Commander a while back, when we were talking about Wing Commander, were you talking about the one where you lead an F-16 Merc Squad? Yes, that's the one. I believe that's the one. You fly a mercenary squad of F-16s. There was one of Chris Roberts' games. We do need E-Warfare to be able to jam comms. All right, Jade. No problem, bro. Well, the idea of instead of having active stealth, having active jamming where you can't pick up anybody. Think what the quantum snare does to your quantum drive, but to your HUD, to your radar. Active denial versus passive stealth. I had no idea that was a Chris Roberts game. Strike Commander, pretty cool. It's one of his early games, yeah. Because it's made for with by Origin. Designed by Chris Roberts, released in 1993. It even has the Wing Commander graphics. Give you the idea of what Strike Commander looks like. Very reminiscent of Wing Commander. It's got the same sort of interaction, same sort of art style as the first Wing Commander 1 and 2. It has the sick. This is just Wing Commander, but with planes. This is a prototype for Wing Commander. I think this came out before Wing Commander. This is 1993. Not sure how they'd balance that if radars are jammed, there's no pips or targeting whatsoever. Yeah, you'd have to do visual targeting. Or you could target out of the range of out of the jams. Like personal favorite Cold War plane. Senior trend was a C-130 modified. If Drake Interplanetary tried to build a C-130 complete with a fire explosion. I think you can get it on GOG, right? GOG has DOSBox, so I think if you can buy it, you can probably buy it on GOG. Wing Commander 1 and 2 were before it. Okay. So it was sort of a spin-off series that he created. Okay. What's the plan with the Vanguard Warden? Was that the plan? No, Vanguard, not the Warden. You're thinking about there's the Warden, there's the Harbinger, there's the, what is it called? Sentinel, the Sentinel. one of the essential OG Chris Roberts games. He did a adventure game. Was his first game. Let me look him up. He designed a King Kong game. Then he did Match Day, which is a these are all BBC Micro ports and stuff like that. He worked on Ultima 5. Strikers Run. Times of Lore, maybe was what it was. He did a lot of crazy stuff here. I remember Microprose. I played Civilization 1 and 2. Those are both Microprose games. If you're interested in Squadron 42 and you want to know what Squadron 42 is going to be like, I would suggest playing Wing Commander 1, which you can get on GOG with DOSBox. And I would suggest playing Wing Commander 3. Maybe Wing Commander 4, because 4 is a little bit more standalone. Because Wing Commander 1 shows you the concept of how missions function and how Chris Roberts does storytelling with individual characters. And then Wing 3 and 4 were the ones that he did with Mark Hamill and John Rhys Davies and all of the live action characters that he did. Of Chris Roberts, there are 4 Chris Roberts main games, but you've got Wing Commander, Wing Commander The Secret Missions, Wing Commander The Secret Missions 2, Wing Commander 2, Wing Commander Secret Special Operations 1 and 2. Then you've got Wing Commander Privateer, Wing Commander Armada, Wing Commander Heart of the Tiger, and Wing Commander Price of Freedom. Chris Roberts did the Wing Commander, most of the Wing Commanders up to that. I don't think he did Armada. He might have done Armada. But it says here he did the producer. He wasn't the designer. And then he was the executive producer for Starlancer, but that was a prequel. I think it was like a prequel / sidequel. It was in the same universe as Freelancer. But that was Aaron Roberts' game, was Starlancer. Nice knowledge. Armada was the end of his tenure. Well, apparently Armada was done the same year as a Wing Commander 3, and I know he did Wing Commander 4. It's good to hear, bud. Oh, I also got the Wing Commander movie. The Wing Commander movie is a fun watch. But it's not a good video game. Hey, Paul, what parts of the project are you canceling today? Well, apparently I hate Star Citizen now, so all of it. I hate the project and I hate CIG. No one likes the game. We were more talking about how I think that the Superheavy is not the Titan suit. I originally thought it was because of a lot of the corresponding coincidences, but now seeing it for what I'm like, I don't think this is the same. I don't think they've replaced it because that would require there's nothing even remotely similar in terms of its design. Well, it's funny because for the longest time, there's been a player who bought an account that just says, literally, not just bought an account, but bought a like got an account, but bought a package just to name their account, the Astropub Hates Star Citizen. It's still there. So you're saying Squadron 42 releases in 2029, huh? Yes, 100%. Yeah, you can post there, Red Baruch. I think it's donned like other armors. I think you will put it on, but I don't think it's. I have a feeling that it's not a. It's not an armor set. It's a undersuit. So you wear it like you would wear an undersuit, kind of like the exploration armors we have, where like you have the helmet, and then you have like the undersuit, which acts as the full armor for the rest of it, plus a backpack. I have a feeling that it's a similar thing. Only it's its own full suit that you wear plus the helmet, like the Sterling suit. Do we know what manufactures the Superheavy?
I hear the Astropub cancelled puppies and forced Jared to make master modes.
Yes, I did. By the way, I have commanded CIG to turn Star Citizen into a anime gacha game. You're welcome. It looks like we're in a check. Yeah, it doesn't look like Virgil. I don't think this is Virgil Ltd that made this. There's nothing in the design style that screams Virgil. Now, then again, we don't have a lot of Virgil, but it doesn't look like Virgil. There's no markings on the suit that I can see that had anything that looked like Virgil. That was going to be a waifu mech game. Yes. Are we ever going to having alien characters? Playable characters or just characters you can interact with? Because we have one. His name is his name's Wicklow. Everyone hates him. But yeah, you'll eventually have Banu, Xian, Tavarin. In terms of playable characters, yeah, but that's like well past 1.0. Yeah, you'll have play as an alien instead of human if Star Citizen still survives that long, but it'll be, I'm gonna say, a decade before that happens. 2036 is when that's gonna happen. It might as well be at this point because there's no way we know when that's gonna happen. You think there's a niche for a Super Titan or Super Saber, aka two-seater variants, maybe up guns slightly like the Super Hornet? Probably. There was originally a two-person Titan, a two-person Avenger, but it was called the Trainer. I think the original, like in lore, Avenger was two-person. I don't know if you'll ever see a Super Saber though. Yeah, the Trainer. Wait, this isn't the Hate Star Citizen Town Hall? What race do you want to be? Human. If I was forced to play another character, I'd be a Banu. Though I really want the Devarn in the game because the Devarn are probably the more interesting species in humanity because they're all over human space because they're basically part of the Empire. The UAE is really a two-species empire. It is the human and Devarn empire. However, the Devarin are lower on that totem pole, and they're less in number, so they don't have nearly as many as humanity does. Can you let your dev friends know that cargo missions are broken today, so no cargo spawns in mission inventory? I can, but the ones that I was talking about last time, Raptor Man, were Squadron 42 devs, so they wouldn't have any idea what I'm talking about. And any of the people I talk to who say to tell them that, they'd go, okay. I do not have power here, chat. I love Wicklow. Dude set up shop in a xenophobic system and has all of us getting station drinks. Dude got it right. Can Tavarin become capital C citizens? Not only can they become citizens, but one of their home world is actually represented by a Tavarin senator. So yeah, they can get citizenship and they can become elected officials. But it's rare. Oh, by the way, speaking of inside info, have you heard any fallout from the bomb you've dropped inside Star Citizen? I haven't reached out to anybody since I talked about it, but I have seen some of them hanging around. The reality is that most of them at this point will probably steer clear of me for a while until CIG management forgets I exist again, and then they'll move on. Let me put it this way. I haven't gotten an email. I haven't checked today, so let me double check. But I haven't gotten any email from CIG at all regarding anything in an official capacity. Yep, nothing. I keep getting a message from a Minecraft server called Grand Theft Minecraft. It's like, we'll pay you money. $10 per 50 players who join the server. Like, what? No. I'm sure I have. But we'll see. I've had no official messaging whatsoever. I'm not expecting anything crazy, but so the question: do you think we will what do you think will release this December that will crash the servers for some while others have a great time, aka 4.0 next year? I don't know. Right now, as CIG has set everything up, nothing. But I have a feeling what they'll do is they'll try to push a bunch of stuff into 4.11 and then take half of it out and put it in 4.11.1. I don't think Chris has ever acknowledged you, has he? Nope. The most I get acknowledged is through Jared or the folks.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No confuse.
But you can never.
The folks who do the lore and
take away my space game.
The community folks.
Northern Trooper just resubscribed for 35 months. What games have got you interested from SGF so far? I'm digging the new God of War.
I mean, Ace Combat.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
G Sharp just resubscribed for 87 months.
87 months, G. You're very important, Papa. Very impressed, Mr. Very pedestrian. This your fault. You're drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Now, the reality is that I never really get any recognition from CIG. I've never really sought recognition from CIG. I would say there was a time I did, but I would say since I became the Astropub, that's not really been the goal. The goal has always been to create content that I want to create content for. It is what it is. The reality is that I don't make content at the time when devs usually watch, so I wouldn't have that kind of connection with devs. There are devs who watch me, like legitimate. But most people don't know I exist. I would say even most people in the community don't know I exist. Well, didn't know I exist. Now they do. I brought this up in Discord. Are we thinking CSG can pull Galaxy by the end of the year? Yeah, they can. It might be bad, but they'll pull it. I really like those larger clips of the helmet in the background. Adds to the right amount of party. Thank you, RJ. Lore question, are androids the thing in Star Citizen? No, AI is banned. Banned. I would go so far as to say is that Star Citizen is probably actively worse than our current technology in some ways and better in others. You're here first. The whole delay narrative was a publicity stunt. Yes, 100%. Now, I did that thing because I was mad that they hadn't announced it, and I'm tired of CIG pulling the same bullshit maneuver they always do, which is bad news, pretend it doesn't exist, wait until we have actual information, and then release the information. Guarantee you that's what's going to happen. Anyone who remotely follows this project knows who you are. Nah. I would say that there's a hardcore cadre of folks who know who I am. And most people know me for Astrohistorian. Every time they try to use AI and lore, something horrific happened. Yeah. The way I said it at the very beginning of the... I explained it in the very beginning of the stream was that it's kind of like in other science fiction universes, AI is sort of treated as like this unstoppable, omnipotent death god. This sort of inevitable natural disaster that will destroy all of humanity. In the Star Citizen universe, AI is kind of like if you had a child and you gave them a machine gun and didn't give them any context for what the machine gun would do. And then they're surprised when the child mows down a bunch of people with the machine gun. So it's less this evil thing that needs to be tarnished or thrown down, and more of a, why do we keep giving machine guns to children and expecting different results?
Them biddies.
Ask the NRA.
Thank you for them biddies. Meanwhile, the Levski AI Roombas are unionizing. Give more machine guns to children to statistically weigh the results. And that's the thing, is that it's not like we've given a child a machine gun and put them in a room with one person. We've given them a machine gun and dropped them in the middle of New York City without any context of where they are and started ordering them to do things. And then are surprised when they just mow down 400 people. And then everyone goes, why did we do this? This was awful. We should never do this again. And then we do it again. And the same thing happens. And instead of being like, well, why did the children do this? It's more like, why did we even do this in the first place? Let's stop doing this altogether. Because the only thing that happens is people die from this. It's like, yeah.
Them biddies.
Best thing to stop a child with a machine gun? Another child with a machine gun. NRA probably.
So it's a series of like, it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy of consistent errors. These errors happen, causing the companies that built these AI to go out of business. And then when states start to invest in them, they go wrong, then people run on anti-AI platforms and then pass sweeping AI bans. And then when you have more people get involved, like the Mezzers, who don't care about the law, it nearly starts, an interstellar war that would wipe out all of humanity. So they're just like, sweep this under the rug and pretend it never happened, Is it the jihad in Dune that started the anti-AI trope in science fiction? No, I mean there's been like you could look at like Asimov's work. Ray Bradbury has done stuff like that. If you think about it, the first ever modern science fiction, which I always get an argument with chat about, which is Frankenstein, is anti-AI. In the sense of creating an artificial perfect human. But a lot of anti-AI works are basically Frankenstein. So Silas Kerner is working on another AI and competing against the Drake AI, aren't they? Anyway, guess what's deploying in Tokyo next month? Oh, God. In the lore of Star Citizen, the Tokyo lemming incident didn't happen until 2044. So we're getting a jump start on that. The basic story is the first real problem with AI happened in 2024 when a company named Eakara, E-A-K-A-R-A, Eakara, I don't know how you say it in Japanese, came out with this AI system that they claimed was revolutionary and could drive better than anything else before it. And they sold the system integrated into buses and cars to the city of Tokyo, which used it as public transport for like sort of the outskirts of Tokyo, where like you could get to a station and then there was no more stations, or stations were too far spaced. It was too far to walk, so they would be able to get into these cars, these buses, and drive to the locations. And one day they just started driving off of cliffs and into other cars, and yeah, it was bad. They said stop, and the AI said, "I don't give a shit," and just kept going. So. So Tesla FSD, kind of, yeah. Don't tell me that, Trouble Magnet. I don't need to go downtown. If I ever need to go downtown, I don't want to have to fear for my life. I live in Austin. I don't need to see that. Yeah, FSD is not autonomous.
Them biddies.
Oh, sorry. Just found out that Silas Kerner is trying to finish his Torment Nexus before Drake finishes theirs. You know, the thingy from Do Not Build the Torment Nexus, yay. That. Then they'll finish up theirs and put them in charge of their respective Torment Nexi.
Star Citizen is a dystopia, so... But the ensuing lawsuit crashed, like basically bankrupted the company. And then two separate incidents, one that happened later in the same year and one that happened in 2447. So one in New York and one in Johannesburg, that did the same thing from different companies, basically sent all investors running away from AI projects because it was like, it was going to kill a bunch of people, and in the process of killing a bunch of people, it would end up causing mayhem. There is one source in the lore that claimed the Lemming car incidents killed 12,000 people. Now, later in lore, they said that the Tokyo Lemming car incident killed 114 people. But there were two other incidents that happened in New York and Johannesburg later. So I'm taking that to mean that the collective total of Lemming car incidents ended up killing 12,000 people, which would make it one of the most devastating accidents in human history. Paul, we recently learned that the technology for PTV5 isn't finished, but Nick's planets are planned for 410. Do you think this picture to new tools being able to produce planet in 2 months? I couldn't tell you. Didn't they say that the PTV5 was being rushed, but they are going to be finished out? Is there new information about that?
Hello, I like money.
Yeah, someone's also mentioning about the Mars thing. Yeah, the Mars AI killed everyone on Mars during the terraformation project. Janus has been blamed, though there's no evidence of it, of being responsible for the disappearance of the Artemis program, the Artemis ship, which is the first interstellar attempt, though it wasn't the only one. There's I think it was the Horus incident, which was named after where it took place, where the Meser era UEE Navy decided to do an experiment where they installed a bunch of AI into bombers as a dead man's hand. So if something happened, they would just automatically deploy and go attack their targets. They were smart enough that they thought that they were being manipulated, so they turned off their comms because they thought they were being hacked. And then when they didn't get the all clear sign into their comms, they automatically started their attack sequence to go attack the Xi'an, and they had to scramble several squadrons of fighters to hunt these AI bombers down and kill them. That was swept under the rug. It wasn't revealed until 2943. It happened in 2695. So it was like over 200 years later that they even admitted they tried to do that. One of the reports says they're almost finished with the core today and moving on to optimization soon. That's cool. We'll see how it works, because the big problem with planet tech was never the planet generation. It was always the points of interest and the landing zones. So could CIG build out more planets very quickly? Yeah, but I think they also need templates. So like Nix 1 is clearly the template they're going to use for habitable worlds. So you'll use Nix 1 eventually for I was gonna say Nix 2. That's wrong. Nix 2 is not a habitable world. It'll be Microtech, Hurston, probably not ArcCorp, and they'll just have different biomes that they select for those areas, and they'll tweak it a little bit. Then there's the Venusian worlds, the smog worlds. There's gas worlds / ice worlds, or gas planets, gas giants / ice giants and stuff. Isn't that the plot of the Michael Bay-like movie Stealth? Yes, it's also the plot of Dr. Strangelove, though instead of an AI, it's pilots for some reason. Macross Plus has a similar one. Go to the granddaddy, fail safe. Yeah. Sounds plausible. You hear about how many AI systems modern day have actively lied or attempted to blackmail. A lot of those blackmail and lies were done under laboratory conditions to see if they would do it, and they found out they would. Yeah, I went through and found all of the lore for AI and did a video. I'm doing a video on it, so. Including ArcCorp building an AI system. You bet you didn't know that. And then Leilani Anderson doing a lot more waivers for people to start doing AI research. It's pretty ironic that, because like the lore of I'm gonna get another water and then we'll do the monthly report. Should be pretty short. The lore of AI that I just kind of talked about, most of the basic ideas of it are from 2012. So they predate the modern LLM, but they sort of predict the modern LLM, because when LLMs and their hallucinations and that kind of thing started happening, I remember going, oh fuck, this is just Star Citizen. So they've expanded since the original ideas, and it's clear they're pulling from the LLMs and their failings to sort of explain the failings of AI. Paul, could you call CIG and have them make me my gosh dang face pizza? If I had that pool, I'd have already used it. Oh yeah, and by the way, they have artificial general intelligence. Janus was an artificial general intelligence. They have the technology to build effectively slightly stupider Cortanas from the Halo universe. They don't, because they keep failing. In fact, the bombers were basically installed with slightly stupider Cortanas, and they decided to go rogue. Yes, that's why I went rogue. It's the lack of space pizza. I find it funny that these AI catastrophes are probably due to them being programmed to do job instead of obey me, and then ordering AI to do job. I'm looking forward to it. We already saw what the scientists of the UEE are capable of, and by that I mean absolutely batshit insane, with Dr. Logan Yorit. So you can imagine the wonderful folks at ArcCorp who are currently working on AI, completely untethered from reality. This is what I think they'll do, is they'll probably make robot enemies. I could see CIG coming up with robotic enemies that were sort of prototypes for some military contract that fuck up, and now they're like, because they fucked up, but they were classified, they're now all over these labs and other places, so you'll see them randomly pop up in certain places. You're like, oh, fuck. Yeah, the paperclip problem. Make paper clips, and humans blood has iron in the blood. Turn everything into a paperclip. Is the AI stupid, or is it just clever enough to figure out we're all? I will say, stay in Area 51, and if an AI robot kills me, that's where it is. I have a feeling that that's sort of the original idea of the municipal works that was originally supposed to be in Area 18, was going to be at the depths, in the lower levels, you would encounter AI, because of that system. So something more akin to Necromunda, but with like a rogue AI underneath it. Yeah, I wouldn't say like these robots would be something like super smart. They'd probably be very stupid, but very tough. Like, that'd be a cool enemy to have, you know? Dumb robot. So it's not going to do tactics because it doesn't have tactics, but you're not going to blow that thing up unless you have explosives, you know? All right, be right back. When your stuff is on, I'll be back.
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
Two words. Distress bacon.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
Helldivers to Hellpods, exactly. I can see something like that where you see you have like where like they have a cooling vent or something like that where you have to hit the weak spots. Because it can also go crazy with it. You wouldn't have to have just humanoid AI, like robots. You could do like tank-tracked robots, flying robots, drones. All right, chat. Monthly report time. What are we talking about? Every Thursday night for 1 year, I stream Babylon 5 to my Discord channels, and we just finished up. Some of that was the first time watching the series. If you've never seen it, highly recommend. I doubly agree. All right. Welcome and hello. My name is Paul Berserker01 Batman Shelley, and this is a capsule. And you're also watching a capsule. A small segment of my office hours live stream that I do on Thursdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. We'd love to have you join us live at twitch.tv/theastropub, youtube.com/theastropub live. So, we are going to be talking about the monthly report from May 2026. As I like to always say, this is not a summary. This is a full read-through, read from beginning to end, and I'm going to give you some context of what's being said, because I have been doing this every month for half a decade now. When I started, they still even did Squadron 42 monthly reports, so to give you an idea. But I do these recordings live on Twitch because I used to do them on my own and just hang out with chat, but a lot of folks wanted to have these segments spun out as their own thing. So let's read through it and learn a little bit about what was being made in May and maybe a little bit more about what's going on behind the scenes. All right. So, PU Monthly Report, May 2026. Into the PU Monthly Report. May saw Alpha 4.8 and DefenseCon hitting the verse, with many teams spending the month finalizing features for these major releases. Following this, tasks began to and continued for the exciting content coming over the next few patches. Read on for all the details. This was a little short, so I'll read through this, but what I saw was fairly small in terms of content, but we'll see. AI content. Following the launch of Alpha 4.8, the AI content team began closing out tasks for Alpha 4.9 and beyond. Alongside the usual bug fixes and ongoing initiatives from previous months, the team looked into technical fixes to help streamline the process for adding content into the game. The Alpha 4.9 patch is going to be a very important one for the narrative design of the game, as the team is contributing to two very large elements that will lay the foundations for developing narrative in the Ultimate 1.0 vision. Those two being, as we know, events like Siege of Orison, and mission givers like Recco Battaglia. AI, features, and tech. On the animation side, significant work went towards the mass retargeting of male-to-female combat AI assets, with additional support for unconscious and bleeding out behaviors. For those of you who don't know, CIG has basically done everything in the male model, both the player, character, and NPCs. And so they do them first in the male models, and then they go to the female models and try to replace them. So I don't even know if there's any female NPCs that we fight in Star Citizen. I know there are in Squadron, but I don't know if we'll see them in Star Citizen. The devs also made track views for an upcoming event and restructured how melee attacks are tweaked for NPCs with large attack sets. Again, they've been talking about melee for NPCs for years now. Prototypes were then implemented for the Valakar. For example, the team simplified the setup of burrowing animation types, fixed the path patching to improve movement along dynamically generated positions, and improve the API for tracking damage to NPCs to trigger motive actions. They also refactored how AI-triggered states work and improved debug shortcuts for controlling time and teleporting. So we're World Boss Valakar is something that they're going to be, they talked about working on for a while. So the Y male models, because for the longest time, for those who don't know, Star Citizen only had male models. So like outside of the specifically mocapped and scanned features of like main characters in Squadron, they only had basic male models. It was years before they actually released a female model. And they still have problems where like a lot of the clothing works for male models, but not all of it works for female models. So clearly now a Zoolander fan. Yes, because it's for ants. Animation. Last month, the animation team progressed with the Apex Valakar, fleshing out various additional attacks and animations. They also captured new enter and exit animations for upcoming ships, alongside work for a new full-body mission giver who will have her own place in the verse, Recco Battaglia. The facial animation team processed a significant amount of new content from April's performance capture shoot, which will appear in Alpha 4.9, as the content will be split across comms calls and in-person interactions. This was processed at different quality tiers to ensure that everything players see close up will really shine. The team are excited. Oh, but why, ma'am? I get the joke. That's a Zoolander joke. But why male models? Yeah. Thank you. By the way, that was, for those of you who know, just a side tangent, that was entirely ad-libbed by why am I blanking on his name? Ben Stiller. When he said, but why male models? Yeah, he forgot his line, so he just said it again. The best part about that was what's his name? David Duchovny. Mulder from X-Files, who was the one explaining things, just went, I just told you. Facial Animation team processed a significant amount of content from April's performance capture shoot, which will appear in Alpha 4.9, as the content will be split across comms calls and in-person interactions. It was processed at different quality tiers to ensure that everything players see close up will really shine. The team are excited to see players' reactions to the return of Recco Battaglia. as this will be the first instance of the old character returning to the verse with new content and missions. A lot has changed with the pipeline since her debut, so this will be the first time players will be able to draw immediate comparisons. Facial animation was also held 2 performance capture shoots with the narrative and motion capture teams, which will cover content for Alpha 4.9 and 4.10. For those of you who don't know, Alpha 4.9 is coming out in July and 10 is September. So the last patch of the year will be Alpha 4.11, though we may still see Alpha 4.11.1, which will probably be December. May's Defense Con saw many of the ship's team's recent projects flyable in the PU, including the Aegis Tiburon and Hammerhead's Gold Standard, the Origin M80, the Misk Starlight, and the Drake Pitbull, Ironclad, and Ironclad Assault, and Command Module. The team also delivered the Vanduul Mauler as part of tactical strike groups, alongside numerous flight blades and weapon kits. Elsewhere, the Gatak Raylan passed its Greybox review before progressing into Laud 0, with a combined Laud 0 and Final Gate review scheduled for early June. That's coming out in the next couple of weeks. Significant progress was also made for the related yet unannounced ship, which is almost certainly a Xi'an industrial ship based off of the design of the Raylan, which we know is probably coming based off of other information that's been released. 4 other upcoming vehicles continue development too. The first received custom mocap for its enter and exit animations, creating unique challenges due to its scale, before its gray box review at the end of the month. Production on the second kicked off with a small team starting work towards a white box gate planned in the middle of June. Third continued down to pipeline, while the fourth saw a UK team collaborating with their North American counterparts to ensure the art direction aligns with the brand's other new releases. Now, it's important to remember when they say these unannounced ships, they do not mean secret ships. They mean like secret ships they've already announced. They mean literally unannounced. So these are 4 ships, 5 total, including the Raylan variant. 4 ships, which we have never heard of, which are being worked on. With resources freed up following DefenseCon, pre-productions picked up on the Anvil Liberator, with the start of White Box scheduled for the end of the month. As part of this, an update will be made to the interior to allow for quicker entry and exit in the landing pads. Lastly, the UK side, the RSI Galaxy continued through White Box as further revisions were made to the layout along the central docking collar, habs, bridge, and lift area to ensure clear flow from any direction. Now, someone on my Discord asked, this seems a little bit weird. It's still in White Box and it's supposed to come out in November. That seems really quick if it's still in White Box. Well, the reality is that CIG will probably rush it because they need to have it out. Does that mean that it's going to release as the same as the Ironclad? I don't know. I can't confirm it, but it would be better for everyone's sanity to assume that when the Galaxy first comes out, it'll be practically useless for the first 2 months of its release. Is that fair? I don't know. I think it's just a better way of, a healthier way of looking at these sorts of things. But it'll be out eventually. Lastly, as mentioned above, the North American team progressed with an unannounced ship which passed its gray box gate review with flying colors. Following this, the Lot Zero phase began with the ship coming together following preliminary lighting passes. This looks like a Drake ship. Am I crazy to say that? Or is this the Ironclad? I'm just seeing it differently. Finally, the Drake Kraken continued. Maybe that is the Kraken. I don't know. That's the front of the Kraken. Okay. Finally, Drake Kraken continued through its gray box phase with further changes to the hero rooms to utilize more of the Drake kit used in the Ironclad. This will save both production time and increase the optimization for this huge ship. Art weapons. In May, the weapons team ensured their content was ready for Alpha 4.8, including the Castak Arms Plasma Grenade and the Utility Flex Novian Crossbow, and a handful of skins for the upcoming events. Meanwhile, the team progressed with a new large caliber weapon, which is currently in gray box. New tech is also being in the works to require cross-team collaboration over the next couple of months. Material polish phase and upcoming updates to existing weapons continue to progress too. Almost certainly, Talking about the new large caliber weapon, I assume it's the machine gun, which is coming in 4.9, which is for the super heavy. That could be wrong. Community team began May preparing for the launch of Alpha 48, Tactical Strike, and DefenseCon 2956. Earlier in the month, they published the April PU monthly report, followed by an org spotlight that presented players with a variety of organizations they could team up and tackle upcoming content. They also shared updates on the changes to vehicle insurance coming in Alpha 4.8 and announced the Novian crossbow would arrive with this update. The team supported the release of Alpha 4.8 with a catch-all thread highlighting all the features of the major updates, along with an FAQ for tactical strike groups. They also launched the latest Twitch drops for DefenseCon, alongside a dedicated page and an FAQ alerting the community to what to expect at Drake's big show. As the event drew near, they followed up with a comm link informing players of the DefenseCon schedule, as well as the countdown to DefenseCon, to keep the community updated. As DefenseCon began, the community team published a referral bonus comm link and hosted screenshot contest. They also created a Q&A for all of the new ships debuting at the event, which was updated as new ships were released, and a catch-all thread keeping the community informed throughout the event. Both DefenseCon 2956 and Alpha 4.8 included updates to the new player guide and welcome back pilot pages, keeping players informed of all the recent changes. As always, the team kept up their regular cadence with This Week in Star Citizen and bi-weekly roadmap updates. Let's see if we recognize anybody here. I don't. Looks neat, though. In addition to all the other events last month, the Bar Citizen World Tour continued in May, with staff attending events in China, France, Korea, Switzerland, and TwitchCon in the Netherlands. The team also invited the community to join their International Bar Citizen Weekend in June. It's been an absolute blast seeing everyone and hearing your starfaring stories. We hope to get to know more about you at other upcoming events, such as International Bar Citizen Weekend, kicking off on June 13th. I will be there. So if you're in Austin, come see me. Shout at me. Tell me I'm destroying Star Citizen. Throughout May, the team closely monitored community sentiment and feedback to ensure development teams had the latest word from players to help shape improvements in both current content and future events. The community team is also currently working closely with other teams to relaunch a refreshed welcome hub for new players, as well as further updates to the guide system and Spectrum. Economy. Alpha 4.8 saw the introduction of two major economy features: ship insurance adjustments and player-crafted items. Consumable prices were also adjusted, and the components now have a wider price range, with prices of grade A military components in particular being adjusted upwards to give more of a sense of progression. The devs also increased the sale price of components so that salvagers can capitalize on any high-tier components they come across. The data aggregation pipelines were broadened, resulting in several mission archetypes receiving a balance pass based on player behavior data. To support future economy updates, the team began standardizing the price of volume brackets of crafting resources. They're also working on new ways to make the resource, commodity, and trading systems more intuitive and transparent for players. On the shop implementation side, the team supported DefenseCon by setting up new shop items, including commemorative hats and t-shirts, ship weapons, flight blades, flight suits, and vehicles. This allowed for all of the items on display within the expo halls and lobby to physically spawn and be interactive and purchasable. The team even redressed the coffee-to-go concession stand to fit DefenseCon theme. Lastly, with the introduction of flight suits, a pass was done on some of the existing shops across the PU to ensure two of them could be purchased. Graphics, VFX programming, and planetary tech. The majority of graphics team focused on optimization throughout May, making significant improvements that will come at a later date. Alongside this, the team further optimized and refined visuals for the global illumination system, in addition to adding depth output support to all parallax map surfaces, which allows them to benefit from our full rendering feature sets, such as screen space shadows, reflections, and directional occlusion. The Planet Tech team made large strides with Genesis as they took it to close out the last elements of the core technology and move on to polish, performance, and stability tasks. That's pretty good, considering we've had earlier references, I think last week, specifically with the Planet Tech team being like, yeah, we had to push to get this out because the plans had changed. joking that they were going to barely make it. Sounds like they're still pushing along. So recent work focused on critical pieces of technology like GPU object spawning, the virtual terrain cache, imposter rendering, and the spawning of creatures and minables in V5 planets. Alongside this, the team continued to iterate on visual quality while ensuring performance is kept in check. Yeah, that's always going to be the important part is optimizations for it, because there's going to be a lot of these planets running this specific tech. And if you, even with 5 systems, you're still looking at something like, what? Probably close to 30 planets. Probably less than that. There's the planets and moons, because you've got a lot of moons for moons, and yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's closer to 30. I'd have to do the actual counting, but there's a lot of planets for 1.0. So they're going to need to have those planets optimized and be able to be optimized as they grow the systems. Mission design. Last month, the mission design team progressed with Recco Battaglia. They also worked closely with narrative and core gameplay to ensure mission provider interaction flow is desired for the initial release. Progress was made on the redesign of an existing event that aims to push boundaries on what is possible within a single instance. The original was designed around combat, but the team, as the team has grown and matured, the team are now able to tap into new methods and gameplay choices. The team are also focused on creating a faction focused on non-combat gameplay from Star Citizen's 1.0 plan. Elsewhere, the Municipal Works is currently going through its mission blockouts to get it into first playable state. Once the design is signed off, full production can begin. Elliot's team be working. Narrative. As mentioned in last month's report, Narrative team held a performance capture session, which not only brought back a familiar face, but also recorded lines for a revamped existing mission. They also captured content for NPCs encountered during refueling gameplay to allow them to expand the variety of voices heard on those missions. The Narrative team also began adding a variety of contracts that will bring more gameplay to the verse, not only for upcoming events, but also some expanded evergreen missions as well. Additionally, they created lore for new harvestable flora, wrote scripts for several new mission providers, including solidifying the narrative of their organizations, and provided support for both UI and environmental art teams. Thanks to all the players reporting issues when they find them, the team has been knocking out recently discovered narrative bugs as quickly as possible, with many small quality of life fixes expected to make their way into Alpha 4.9. Neat. One of the things they did recently create was the company behind the BB-12 maneuvering unit. They actually added the company's lore to the Galactopedia, which tells me that, for those of you who don't know, lore is usually written at the very beginning and at the very end of the process. Once they've come up with an idea for what they're going to do, the writers will then write up a brief overview of what the company is like with the help of designers and other folks, so they have an idea, including, in this case, like a company logo. Once they have that idea, then that is passed down to the design, to the teams that are actually going to make the parts for it. So they come up with their own, ideas boards and all of the materials they need to create what they need to create. And then after that process is done and they actually have the product, the ship, whatever, then the lore team will then have to go look at that and give it more of a deep dive, plus narrative. Like the BB-12 maneuvering unit is going to have its own story, its own tooltip sort of input. And for those of you who don't know what the BB-12 is, it's your EVA pack that you got for some of us got for early backing. So if you got the BB-12, it's going to be in game, meaning that it's in the process of being worked on, which tells me at least that they're in the process of activating the last stages of EVA tech, which they have had in Squadron for a while and have been reluctant to add to Star Citizen, but that seems like they're in that process. It's not in the monthly report, but I did want to talk about it because to explain how lore is easy to, if you pay attention to changes in lore, you can sort of pay attention and understand what's being worked on behind the scenes. Now, that doesn't always work because sometimes it gets started and then it gets delayed for 6 to 12 months, but Usually it means that, hey, there's progress or something being worked on. All right, we're almost done. We only got 2 more. Online technology. In May, the online service team continued their work on several key player-facing features, including the social chat MVP feature, which was being built to enable in-game text communication between players. Alongside this, the social systems pipeline continued to grow, with friends, online presence, party viewer, and orgs each formally tracked as an upcoming deliverables for future milestones. Very nice. For the MVP social chat is basically going to replace chat with the new chat system. So we're not getting a bunch of social tools right now, but we'll be getting a bunch of stuff that's replaced, and then they'll slowly work that out. But here's to hoping it's more like the crafting system has been and less like mining. The first iteration of item recovery was included in Alpha 4.8. And to give you context, I don't think we're going to see beyond the chat replacement. We probably won't see much, if any, social tools this year. But it'll be talked about and at least worked on. The first iteration of item recovery was included with Alpha 4.8. The team is currently supporting this feature, with more improvements coming in the future. Planning also kicked off for Maglock system as part of an item recovery feature set. Maglock, that is. A significant focus in May was to address the live game stability issues tied to the contract system. The team identified that the current contract system generates far too many database entries, causing overloads and performance instability for players. 2 critical tasks were created to reduce the number of database entries and improve how contracts are filtered. The team also tracked reliability improvements to mission rewards, and is putting better diagnostic tools in place, making it faster to identify and fix issues with missions and contracts not appearing. The live tools team continued to deliver improvements across all of their key tools, while also shipping several notable releases. For Hex, the team released version 3.39, which introduces new player support capabilities. Updates include improved entitlement tracking, an expanded account ownership view, and more. Follow-up release 3.39.1 kept Hex's blueprint data in sync with the latest services. Throughout the month, work continued on Hex 4.0 redesign, including a new design system and UX foundations that will shape all future Hex modules. I believe Hex is their sort of like moderation tool, so it's like their online moderation tool. Though it may be something else, because this is online technology. So this is the back-end tool for CIG, not for us. On the Bootstrap side, the team continued reliability work throughout the month, addressing developer-facing issues like server failures, performance bottlenecks, and configuration problems. Technical planning for a full Bootstrap client overhaul was kicked off and is now moving from research to design and implementation planning. Lastly, R&D. May saw the R&D team implement tweakable, approximate multi-scattering in gas clouds, similar to the multi-scatter solution used for planet clouds. This smoothly blends between forward and backward scattering, driving the phase function, depending on the visibility of the light source of a given sample points. Support began for lookup tables in the Raymarcher to recolor gas clouds based on their local density. The Raymarcher loop was further optimized by skipping significant sampling and lighting work at locations where density amounts to 0. Additional optimizations will speed up noise, LOD calculations, as well as making the target opacity threshold of clouds configurable. Furthermore, numerous fixes and improvements were made to the integration of an experimental temporal upsampler borrowed from planet clouds. Lastly, out-of-bounds writes in the gas cloud, Raymarchers were fixed for Vulkan alongside sporadic GPU hang due to the introduction of nonlinear stepping, which was mentioned in April's PU report. They've been talking about changes to clouds forever, and they've been working through clouds to optimize them, but we're still far away from the global illumination that we have hoped for coming out there. So, what did we learn? Star Citizen is, in fact, still in development. The main focus, it seems to be, is the Recco Battaglia and 4.9. A lot of that seems to be moved over. A lot of focusing on fixing some of the problems that currently exist. And social tools is on the way. It's going to be a slow, agonizing grind, but it's on the way. Multiple ships, new weapons. The Kraken is being worked on. The Galaxy is still being worked on. 5 new ships. AI updates specifically for 4.9. So CIG is well on their way of releasing 4.9, which is again in July, unless they delay it. I don't think they'll delay it, but we'll see. That's it for the monthly report. Like I always say, I want to hear your thoughts down below. Do you think I am insane for looking at things like, oh yeah, Record Battaglia, we're going to see Record Battaglia, we might see, what was the one that I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. Oh yeah, the BB-8, the BB-8, BB-12, and all of the new sort of additions that are coming in from narrative and mission design. Do you think we're going to actually see things like Siege of Orison and the super heavies and the machine guns, the heavy machine gun? If you didn't see that, if you want to know more about that, I did that up there, which will be released before this, because this will be coming out in like Sunday or Monday, versus that, which will be coming out on Friday. And like always, if you did enjoy this, make sure you like the video, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. Thank you again for watching. And like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black. Huzzah! Hey, Vidblitz. I can't believe Paul was canceling the guys, and now I saw that earlier. Sounds great, but did they find a fix for hangars eating our ships? My Asgard munched 3 times today alone, and I can't even use the Perseus or Ironclad due to docking issues. Not a single ship has been lost in combat this patch. It's all bugs. Yep. Who needs social tools in an MMO anyways? So, here's where I give you all the bad news. Anything that is a problem now, is unlikely to be fixed significantly for another 3 to 6 months. Because CIG would need to drop everything they're currently working on and then return to what's broken, investigate the problems, and then find a solution. And that takes them 3 months to do that. It's one of the reasons why I have been saying for maybe about 2 years now, that CIG needs a dedicated repo team, a team that goes back and looks at the problems and tries to fix the problems on the fly. A team whose job it is to constantly maintain and keep things running. Now, they may have that team already, but I don't think that team is very big or is very, maybe it's like cycled out where each team has to do it every so often. But there doesn't seem like there's a team whose sole job is to just maintain stuff. It's not sexy. It's not fun. And it's not what most people go to video game development for, but it's something you need to do. It's the year of unplayability. Listen, last year was the year of playability. This year is the year of Yeet Citizen. If it's done, it's fucking going, baby. It's not even about bug smashing. It's more about investigating problems. So, for instance, tactical strike groups, sometimes ships or the Tranquility itself will spawn inside asteroids and thus breaking the game. I could be wrong, but I don't think there's a team that's going, okay, let's take a look at everything that's going wrong, sort it into buckets, and then start tackling these problems now that they're there. So they can go, okay, well, let's take a look at that problem now. So now we see this problem and try to fix the problem. Once the problem is fixed, we move down the line to the next problem. I think what they probably have is that bucket, that sort of priority list that exists, but it's probably handed to all of the teams who are responsible for it, not one strike team that's going to do it. So as a result, you might get lucky, and that's something that they've been fixed or something that's been optimized will fix the problem you've been having. But the likelihood of your specific problem, whatever it is, dear viewer, being addressed is very low. They said Ariel have ironclad fixes next patch. I don't know what you said there. They have some ironclad fixes next patch. Yeah, but I think the only reason why they have some ironclad fixes this patch is because the team that was making the ironclad was still working on the ironclad, so they could take a look at those problems. There are problems with like the Vanguards and let's just say another ship that was released recently, like I'm trying to think of all the ships that was released this year. There's a lot of ships, but I can't remember all of them because we had so many this last patch. Was the Meteor this year? Question: what will break next patch? Whatever is this patch, whatever has been going. Well, the stuff that's being added to that. Years 2025, the Moth. Oh, and the Aurora Mark II. That's pretty good. Personally, I think it's a split version. It's split version control and several server hamsters taking a dump. I'm willing to bet it's $5 if you track bug fixes, and when they reappear, it's when teams started working on something and deliver it. The diagram will be a circle. Yeah. I bet they'll fix the bug salvaging quickly. Why? Because is it a benefit to the players? Hope the Raylan works? No, it won't. None of the ships that they release without testing work properly, fully. There'll always be bugs. System surveys when? I didn't see that earlier. This summer. I only started this summer this week. I got things to edit. I hope they make all the refining ships all capable of crafting. We'll see. CIG wouldn't optimize the game, so I built a very expensive PC. Well, the thing is, CIG is going to need to have those teams working sooner rather than later, because they're going to need teams like that in Star Citizen when they get close to 1.0, and they don't seem to have those now. It's likely they're going to have to hire for it because it's going to be very difficult to get somebody from, say, the ships team to leave doing their job so that they just look at old ships that didn't work on and try to fix them. That takes a very specific type of person, and most people on the ships team are, as far as I can tell, fucking unicorns when it comes to working at CIG. Whatever the ship team is doing, whoever's working on the ship team gets anything they want because they keep leaving. Because they keep getting better job offers other places. I understand critical thinking when it comes to development of this game, and things need to be said. Do you feel that there are some that do it irresponsibly, or that each voice is fine in the way that they present across the board? I'm not gonna police anybody's beliefs on what Star Citizen is. All I'm going to do is do what I can with myself. because I understand people who believe that Star Citizen is a scam because they either don't have exposure to what CIG is doing, they don't want to have exposure, maybe it's just an outlet for frustration, maybe they are frustrated. There's lots of reasons why people can be mad at CIG. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're horrible people or that they're here to specifically ruin your day. But at the same time, there are people who are white knights who do defend CIG no matter what, who are completely down for the sauce and will do anything to justify CIG's actions. And I get people are going to have different emotional buy-in for Star Citizen. But for both those people, I tend to not agree with. Not because I'm some enlightened centrist, but because I've had the opportunity and the privilege to have known people who work at CIG before they worked at CIG, and seen and talked with them about their jobs and seen how things have developed. And how things have fucked up at CIG. Plus, just following the project, it's not that difficult to see CIG's fuck-ups. Did CIG go quality over quantity on their hirings? It depends on which department you're talking about. No, GTA 6's console release hasn't been pushed back as far as I know. Yeah, Hanlon's razor applies. Never assume malice when incompetence can apply. But that said, doesn't mean we let them off the hook for said incompetence. It's just we shouldn't take it personally. Yeah. Like, people have been like, why are you upset that people personally attack you for what I talked about with this 142 stuff? I'm like, no, people have their own like personal beliefs. Some of it is actually kind of funny when people drop stuff. Like, one of them is like, time to visit our bald, Paul. You're getting bald. And I'm like, yeah, I guess I am. Let's get a little thin up here. But I'm not at the stage where my wife wants me to shave, and she's the one who I give a shit about when it comes to my hair. None of you matter. Only my wife does. So, because this is a fucking pain in the ass to take care of anyways. But, you know, people have different valid experiences. I'm not going to say everyone's not valid, but I'm also not going to join in on like curb stomping people or attacking people for what they do. I've never done that. I've done my best to remove my own emotions when it comes to other people's content, because people be people, man. Paulie, what are your top three favorite star systems in Star Citizen? Number one is Hades, because fucking yes. Dead system filled with archaeology and a cryptid. I want to see that cryptid. Number two is Magnus, because I love Drake Interplanetary and I love the story behind Magnus, and it's sort of like a old rundown, very anti-establishment place. And number three, I would say probably Bremen, because I want to see what the fuck how Star Citizen does farming systems. Bremen is it's space Texas, so gotta be interested in that. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I've asked before, because I'll notice like you can kind of see the hair, like see my scalp through these parts. Now I'm also 6 foot, so typically people are looking up at me, not down at my skull, because when I like move my head, you can kind of see that. So, but most people don't see that. So when I ever ask my wife, I'm like, should I shave? Or should I shave it bald? And she's like, that's fine. And she comes from a family of all of the men in her family are bald. So I can't make them 45 minutes to an hour long. That's the problem, knowledge. That's the other problem about system surveys, is that I've done a system survey on Magnus. I've done a system survey before they were called system surveys on Hades. And I've done a system survey on Brennan before. I could probably scrape something together that's like 20 minutes, 30 minutes long. Why not create your own lore so Dave or Will adopts it? Nah. I've done that before with the Redeemer. And they wouldn't do it anyways. I don't think they walked that much. I plan on doing a Stanton system one. I need to do a new one for Stanton anyways. That one's going to be a pain in the ass to do. But Senator Strong would go shiny top. He would. He would. But to finish off that question, original question, I don't think anyone in the community should be running around trying to silence other people and their opinions. If you don't like someone's opinion, especially a content creator's opinion, just don't fucking watch them. It's that simple. Like, the only thing that matters is if CIG can keep making the game. And maybe making changes that you want them to make changes to, or fixes. But beyond that, what my opinion is, what Mike's opinion is, what Tomato's opinion is, what JoJo's opinion is, or Board, or whoever content creator you're watching, it doesn't fucking matter. Knowledge, I will give you system surveys in a month. Yeah, I saw that's the ideal trench runner. But I've got a bunch of things I got to do. Whoa, if we watch someone else's content, are we going to complain about your content? No, most people didn't complain, I'll say that. I'll say most people in that video that I did talking about Squad 42's delay, most people were just mad at CIG delay. You know, like 2-3 years ago, I would have been like really like stop yelling in my comments, guys. But I realized it's just like, this is just comments. It's just people mad at CIG. They're not mad at me. Yes. Tomorrow, I'm going to be doing Mech Warrior 5 with Loken. We're going to be our Mech Warrior 5 playthrough for Hot Mech Summer. And then Saturday, we've got our call-in show for... we're going to do State of the Verse. We're going to talk about how Star Citizen is now, all that kind of stuff. I like doing that rather than just doing specific content, so we can just kind of let people talk about stuff. So if you got an opinion, feel free to come in. Sunday, we're probably doing the lore expeditions. I got to double check to make sure it's still going on. And then Monday, I'll be doing my Zero to Hero run. Again, picking that back up. Next Wednesday may be a thing. I've been toying with the idea of doing streams on Wednesdays, but I also want to have time to be able to write and edit, record and edit, which I should still be able to do. But there's been some interesting reactions to that video. I will say that it's been funny because I don't know if it's been mentioned yet, but BC Gamer referenced me and said, called me a Star Citizen specialist, which is the weirdest title I've ever gained. But, you know, that's what it is. I'm gonna add it to my list of titles. Oh yeah, as I said earlier, I'm gonna be doing a lore video on the lore of Ace Combat. I'm calling it the Cycles of Razgrees, the history of Ace Combat's Strange Rule, of conflict in Ace Combat's Strange Rule. It's not going to be as in depth. There are dedicated Ace Combat YouTubers and content creators and lore tubers who do stuff on that. It's not designed as that. It's just more of a, I want to talk about my opinion on what's going on and that kind of stuff. And then I also plan on doing a Mech Warrior lore video or Battletech lore video that kind of is an introduction to the universe. And then, of course, a lot of Star Citizen stuff, especially if you're a Patreon. My goal is to do a couple of Patreon videos a month. So you'll actually have some dedicated stuff. Like one of them is the UEE will fall. And the other one that I'm working on right now in terms of writing is like, what is interspace? Like an investigation into what interspace is in the lore. And then me sort of pulling out other references that they might be using, like the Noosphere concept, not the Akashic Records, but the collective unconsciousness by Jung. So we'll be doing some interesting stuff. So tomorrow I'll be pestering you in chat, telling you all the mechs of Mech Warrior 5 that come from across. Please do. I think a lot of them are clan mechs, aren't they? A lot of clan mechs are old Macross mechs. They're not the Veritech fighters. They're the the enemy from Macross. Destroids, yeah. I want to say the Warhammer was a mech. There was a mech design from that. It's Andrade. This is Andrade. Yeah. And you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. And like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black.